wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Hello there, friends, family, future Valorant lovers, or current Valorant lovers. My whole shift with me, I've got Ash. We are back and ready to go with game changes. Woo! We've got some matchups today, 2 sets of matches to get us through the majority of what our Swiss stage has encompassed to this point. Of course, we can't dig into the nitty-gritty without me finding out how my co-commentator is doing. What's up, Ash? How we doing?
I'm doing great. We love game changers, right? And it's kind of crazy, how deep we are into the Swiss stage now. The fact that today, as we head into that Swiss stage schedule, as a reminder for you guys, it's for these teams, it's first to 4 get to qualify, and then when it comes down to elimination is once you hit those 4 losses, you're eliminated. And speaking of which, that's what makes today's games, I think, so fun. Shift is that we finally get to have one of our very first teams qualify here on stream between SRG and the likes of Puppy Thieves, and then also that conversation of the first team that could be eliminated today here as well. But it's quite the gauntlet, as you guys can see on your screens, Shift, that these teams have to go through, right? And I think with what's cool about it being week for week for these Swiss rounds is it gives ample amount of time for these teams to also prepare for their upcoming matches.
Yeah, that is a big one. I think, we've seen the development and format expansion surrounding game changers really provide a higher level of competitive integrity from top to bottom, which is something we said a lot about challengers like in the last couple of years in the same kind of note. But it definitely feels that growth has been a big boon to what we've seen, the top parts of the leaderboards, especially for game changers. So yeah, like you mentioned, it's a qualifying day and an elimination day. We've got good news, we've got bad news. That's kind of the way it goes. So taking a look at what our first block of matches will include, of course, right here on the main broadcast, Shopify Rebellion Gold going up against Puppy Thieves. But all of the other matches that are taking place will also be happening. You can find those on the various Twitch channels that have their direct URL links right below. FlyQuest Red, Sen Otters, Swim Trek Blue, Wadadaa, let's go. I'm pumped for that one. So those will be a really, I think, really fun set of series here to get us kicked off.
Oh, that is for certain. You guys definitely want to have all the streams open today. Honestly, like those 2 in the middle that you're talking about, I think are going to be so fun to watch. Those are our 2-1 teams and some of our best teams that we have in game changers right now here for stage 2. It's a great day of Valorant here for GC.
I'm pumped. I'm ready to get this thing going. It feels like it's been a minute since we've done this whole thing. So I'm ready to get things moving on. So let's start talking into our first overall series matchup that we have here for today, because it's a big one. It's our qualification match. It takes one of the stapled teams in North American game changers up against a squad that I would say is like new by any stretch of the imagination, because the names on paper have a lot of reputability, easy for me to say. But the big news is that you still have to go through the queens in a lot of ways here. And that has been Shopify Rebellion Gold pretty much from start to finish. Take me through the roster. Who do you like?
Everybody. Who do you not like on SRG? Like, it's just kind of crazy. And I feel like the big talking point here, if you guys have missed it, is that Mel has stepped away from competing temporarily. So that means Alexis has stepped into that IGL role. And we did get to see her, lead her team to victory in last week's matchup up against Sad GC. But this is something where we actually got a taste of Alexis IGLing even last year during the offseason, during Spotlight Series, where she was able to lead SRG and the Winthrop to a victory versus that NV Fly team. So it's really cool. We've always known that she's such a vocal player and she brings such great ideas, and she always had such great tandem synergy there with Mel as well. And now getting to step more into that leadership position, I think it's going to be really cool to see what kind of changes maybe she might be bringing to the identity of SRG, especially with Lydia coming in here as their substitute.
Yeah, I'm pumped about it. And of course, if you're familiar with the Shopify Rebellion roster and the current state of Valorant, a lot of eyes on Dodo Nut. I mean, you're talking Neon, you're talking Waylay, you're talking high kills under the helm of Dodo Nut. So really exciting roster. Yes, like you mentioned, a couple of things that have us kind of, raising an eyebrow, but so far they've been perfect. Have not dropped a map to this point. They're plus 53 in round delta. So it's just like, wow, nothing has slowed this squad down, it feels like, to this point. But on the other side, Puppy Thieves surprised Wadadaa in one of the earlier rounds of the Swiss stage, and they are looking like a potential major contestant to the top of North America. Take me through the roster. What are your thoughts?
I mean, this is also a really scary roster. I think that for Puppy Thieves, what's kind of interesting though is that, you know, they had Lydia previously on this team back when they're under that 100 Thieves banner. So she's going to be playing up against her ex-teammates within Zoriental, Nora, and Terror. So there's a lot of that familiarity there. And I think for Puppy Thieves, one of the standout players, well, honestly, there's a lot of standout players to me, but I got to have my eyes on Scary Shark. Nora, she has been previously in VCL as well. Like, she's a player that I think has always been so consistent with what she's able to bring to the table for her team. I know she's a very vocal player on top of that, so somebody to keep your eyes out on. And Shift, I think the one other player that I feel like could be, you know, that secret weapon here for Puppy Thieves has to be St. Claus. Like, this is a player where she has not really been, you know, a staple face of GC, you know, historically. I think the rest of her teammates, there's a little bit more of that experience, a bit more of that veterancy competing within GC, but this is really her second year competing, the rookie of the squad, and definitely a player to watch.
Yeah, and it's just an interesting roster in terms of how compositionally what their identities can sometimes look like. And again, you look back to like that Wadadaa matchup in particular, it goes 3. And again, you get to map 3 and it's like a complete blowout. Like, it was 13-3, and at no point did Puppy Thieves look like they were even going to come close to being contested. So really exciting. I'm pumped to see it live and in action, because when you go back and watch through like clips of VOD and stuff like that, certain rounds, doesn't tell the full story. So I'm ready to get some knowledge dropped on me. Let's take a look at this best of 3 overall, though, in terms of where the map set will be. And Wolf is going to start things off on Haven, which, a good segue here, was the map day 13-3 Wadadaa on, where Shopify Rebellion will go over towards Split. No surprise there. They have been dominant. The Decider of Breeze may provide some interesting storylines, as Shopify have not played it yet. What are your thoughts overall on the map series?
Honestly, I'm really excited for this veto that's come through. I think that for the side of Puppy Thieves is a very strong veto for them. They look comfortable across all 3 maps. What's interesting as well, I think, is the fact that I'm going to kind of jump ahead to Breeze just for a moment.
Whoa.
I really actually want to go all the way to that third one, Shift. This is a map where SRG haven't played it since 2024. It's a map that they've always kind of avoided. It's been a permaban for them historically as well. So I'd be so interested to see, I guess, what they're looking to bring to the table, what they feel confident in on that particular one. But shifting back to our first map of Haven, I feel like, Shift, the conversation has always been how SRG is this team where they have a very solidified identity for how they want to play, right? This is not a squad that really falls prey to what's really meta. They don't really try to change all of their game plans to fit into it. And they play a very standard style of gameplay that really highlights their individual prowess on their roles, compared to the looks of Wolf for the side of Puppy Thieves. They play that new meta style composition. They lean into that Phoenix there for Zoriental that's been really popular in VCT Americans.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit in Challengers on top of that too, which again, it just feels like it's getting its way into the thresholds of all competitive facets of Valorant. So it'll be interesting, I think, when we eventually jump into the agent select to see, is it going to be the stapled kind of double sentinel that we've seen out of Shopify Rebellion Gold going against the double duelist that gives us the really easy and always fun narrative, the unstoppable force meets the immovable object conversation. So it'll be interesting to see if that will be the case. But yeah, I just think that where we are in the state of Valorant right now, it definitely feels like there's a lot of pressure on the duelists in entering. You know, trying to find at least one before being done has been a very key to success, really across all facets of Valorant right now. Just with how fast Neon can move, how the Waylay can dive in and jump right back out freely. It's just so much scalability so quickly. And so there's a lot of responsibility, but at the same time, for the defensive side, there's all about staying present, not giving up the site or giving up too much of the site too quickly. So wherever you have to play full retake with a heavy lockdown setup. So we'll see the fly through, and we'll figure out what agents we're to get here in just a moment. Any other thoughts? Any other players you want to keep an eye out here for from map number 1, though?
Ooh, on map number 1, I feel like I mentioned how good Terror is. I mentioned how good Nora is, and St. Claus as well. For Puppy Thieves, I think in this particular map, because we are expecting that Phoenix to come out from Zoriental, she's also a very heavy hitter player, but to be able to maximize that usage of that Phoenix, I wanted to have an eye on how Puppy Thieves are looking to manage a lot of the the ult point control, trying to get those orbs down, trying to farm up into that Phoenix ultimate, and seeing how well Zoriental is going to be using those flashes, especially up against, you know, that double controller composition, trying to break through a lot of those smokes, those setups. And even just like, I think, you know, the wall usage from the Phoenix there as well. Like the Blaze has been a really popular piece of utility when it comes down to trying to scale onto that site, cutting some of those crossfires up. So I got my eyes definitely on how Zoriental is going to be managing that Phoenix pit.
I like that. And I think it's just one of those things with Phoenix right now. It is not just about the efficiency of the flash, which is very important, but it's more about also just farming up the orbs and getting yourself as many run it backs as possible. So the rosters and the compositions will be as expected here. Nothing changing, nothing out of the ordinary. The other thing that we hadn't really mentioned, though, talking about Puppy Thieves is, you know, we want to talk about flexibility and movability. Yeah, you talk about the double duelist, but keep in mind, they're not running a true lockdown sentinel. They just got the chamber in the mix. So when it comes to this first defensive side, I think maybe a lot of pressure here to see if Puppy Thieves can get away with early map presence, so that way they can actually stack on top of a site if they need to, just knowing that their only real information gathering tool is the Sova.
Yeah, I think that's a really big shout, especially with how annoying, you know, Noya is going to be on those lurks. Like as that Viper, having that wall up over towards that A lobby side and trying to get that space. And even if she's not actually pushing it, just conditioning that pressure in general and forcing that utility out from Puppy Thieves, it's going to be really important, I think, to see how they're going to be approaching denying that space, trying to deny those lurk opportunities and those inserts. I'm excited to see how this matchup is going to go. I think based on the posturing that we're seeing right now, though, for Puppy Thieves, I'm anticipating maybe a little bit of a mid-peak to come through, see where SRG want to look to poke and prod as they lean outside of this side.
Yeah, and that's the other part about this is you're going to have the ability for Claws to kind of play at an early aggressive contact peak and then can teleport to safety. And you can see that safety window is over towards window, oddly enough. But here we go. Barriers dropped. We've got Puppy Thieves taking on Shopify Rebellion Gold. Let's get it on Haven. And Scary Shark is going to be the first person potentially under threat here if there is a hit, or at least any intel gathering over towards sewer. But Shopify is looking for some aggression of their own.
Yeah, Scary Shark gets spotted out there. It is an interesting smoke just to really slow down and eat up that time in that early round. Now, SRG, they walk for the re-clear into short. Players still watching over towards A long here as well. Already a rotation to be called in by Puppy Thieves. You can see Alexis sitting so far back for the rotates.
Yikes. That is a very early first blood. 60 seconds still on the clock here. Oh yeah, able to see one rotating in. The relay bolt gives that away, of course, on top of that. And yep, that's the right call. They're going to rotate another player in. Let's just bail out and see if we can stretch the map somewhere else. Alexis working on a little bit of space over towards B. First to check it will be Oriental. Gets lots of damage into Dono, but the follow-up not fully there initially. Oriental, really good curveball flash to keep themselves alive. Now the help is here. It's just not the can you actually win the battles. 2v1 situation as Noya is the last one left, but Terror is low. And they've lost track of Noya completely.
One enemy remaining.
First shot good. Miara sitting up in the left corner. Does Noya check this? Snap and find the kill. Oh, gets the shot, but not onto the head, and Miara is able to take the opening pistol.
Right down to the wire, though. Right down to 15 HP, but a big pistol round for Wolf to be able to pick up now. You have the Outlaw online here for St. Claus on top of that. I think that what's going to be interesting about this matchup here as well, Shift, is I think that Alexis has great ideas when it comes down to that calling, down to the IGL, but when it comes down to Haven, because she's on that KJ, it does become a little bit more awkward, especially when you're not going to see her always playing with the pack, when she is going to be looking for, you know, to cut off some of those like flanks that we might be expecting out from Wolf. And when you are disconnected from the rest of the team in that kind of sense, as great of a caller she may be, it does feel less comfortable in a lot of moments because you don't necessarily know what's going on, and it relies on the information from the rest of the team.
Ooh, speaking of, how about a little bit of a burst on towards C to drop. Whoa, but a hot hands over the top. That'll work. Now down to a 3v3, but the Bulldog has been collected. Lydia Alexis still working on classics. Paranoia to miss on Oriental. First shots, not quite there. Sarah's able to find one. Can you collect that Bulldog? That is the current goal. But yes, Alexis will have it. Pops out. Little double swing coming through. Able to find the 1v2 at the end for the Thrifty on SRG.
And it's crazy how good SRG are at converting these rounds. They've, I think, historically just been so consistent at being able to find the eco up against the anti-eco in round 2 if they lose that pistol. And placing a huge round conversion to take it 1-to-1 to find that advantage early on. Now, for the side of Puppy Thieves, they obviously don't have a bonus to work with. I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be from them. They won't be looking for that death ball that we just saw from SRG. Instead, trying to play in pairs of 2. Maybe get some picks here and there with some of these contact plays on either side of the map here between Garage and A Long. SRG, they're more than happy to work it a little bit slower.
Little stack right here, though. Hold on. Nice opening shots from Noya, but the follow-up is good for Scary Shark. That will be a weapon collected. Dark cover to make sure of it. Brings a lot of firepower, honestly, to the table here. For Puppy Thieves, Miara just going to let the Owl Drone delay any play over towards A Long. Not sure if that really sees much, if anything at all.
I think it did spot Dodo Nut's hip, actually. That's why you kind of see the reposition over towards short, where they're trying to get a little bit more space, contain into short, and try and flood back in if they decide to only take long, anticipating that SRG won't be executing through that lane.
Well, yeah, do you expect these 2 players here? Wow, nice shots from Dodo. Terror will drop Oriental, goes uncovered to the back, but tries to hit the running back. There is nowhere to go there. Alexis will deal with both iterations of the Phoenix. And the last player left alive is Scary Shark, who's going to try to work around behind the play. Alarm bot in the way. And that will, of course, keep Shopify Rebellion Gold aimed and privy for any potential play on the long flank. And realistically, there is just no chance you do much with this if you're Scary Shark.
No, I think right now for Nora, it's more of a plan of, okay, well, what can I get out of this as far as, you know, trying to get some weapons out of the hands of SRG, knowing that these 3 players are going to be building up into that economy, considering they did win out on that second round. That's why you see the pressure into that A lobby to force them into her crosshair here in CT, but not going to pan out on the side of Scary Shark. She's not going to be able to get anything more. For SRG, though, again, I think it's kind of wild how much Alexis is already fragging out. Like, you can see her building so quickly into that lockdown, which is so key to cycle into early on.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, just to kind of give us an early thing to keep an eye on right now, Shopify Rebellion Gold's not missing much right now. They are shooting and shooting straight. Looking really solid at the moment. Full weapons though in the mix now here for really both teams. This would be technically the bonus for Shopify Rebellion, but considering the success off the pistol plus the anti-eco and the success of the most recent round, they choose to upgrade fully and match Puppy Thieves in full force. So this will be our first major indication of what both teams realistically want to do, and kind of the same idea. You see it there for a moment in the minimap. Terror is just using the high gear to shoulder check in through mid. So that's what you're talking about in terms of information gathering. Early owl drone, high gear check. That's about the limit of what you have.
Smart move.
Unreal.
She's so consistent when it comes to those openings, right? I mean, Dodo Nut, undeniably the best Neon player that we have right now in Game Changers. And her consistency at that top level has just been absolutely insane. I think an average of a 2.0 KD, you know? Like, yeah, I don't think the solo peaks there.
But what other option is there? That's the thing about it. Your owl drone's gone. You don't want to spend the recon bolt. So you have to try to give little shoulders, and Dodo Nut is taking off more than shoulders right now. Lydia holding on to a paranoia that pretty much will win the round if they get a sound cue. Nanoswarm will block the entryway first. Paranoia will cut across, slowing things down. Oriental waiting for the curveball. This will be the last one. Ability to jump on through. You're able to get one. Make that a second. Good snap. Now's the last one left, and there's just, too many targets to shoot at. Shopify Rebellion, perfect on their post plant. Now up big, 3-1.
Yeah, a nice attempt from Terra there, but like you were saying, SRG, when you give them the opportunity to set up comfortably into the post, they are going to have every single crossfire line set up that you could possibly think of. It's so difficult to break through, and especially when you are down in those numbers. Overall, Now for the side of Puppy Thieves. It's kind of tough. I want to see a little bit more proactivity, I feel like, from them. Yes, we've seen those shoulders over towards long, but it didn't really feel like there was a set plan for how they wanted to handle that fight, if that makes sense. It more so, you know, jiggling for that information like you had talked about in the previous round. But I do like this push up now. Having this insert a little bit deeper, Terror getting the cross over towards that short sideline as well. Just gives a bit more of that extra security there for Puppy Thieves and information on where SRG might be sitting.
Dangerous opener right now. Control everything. Uncharacteristically, sloppy shots from Noya has Terror able to find first blood without taking a ton of damage. So that'll be nice. It's going to force Shopify to extend and kind of keep some pressure at A long, trying to guard that weapon just a touch. I'm sure they may have juggled it back as well, but regardless, this existential pressure on the outsides of the map is potentially going to be rewarding here for Wolf. Chance right here. Full swing. That'll work. Ooh. Okay, here we go. 5v3.
Still tucked into the side here as well. St. Paul's going to get cleared out.
Oh, was attempted to, but the second shot lands. So it's on to Alexis and Dodo. Relay bolt for the defense. Going to work. Oriental. It would cost one more curveball in the mix. Alexis able to shrug off the effects. Find one. But nothing more. There we go. How about that for Puppy Thieves? Really clean openers. Follow-up perfect from the chamber to eluding line of sight. And we're back to within one.
And that's more of what we wanted to see. I think what we were talking about in that eco round was what we were hoping to see a bit more of in these buys. That's the transition that I want to see from there, right? Like, again, that proactivity when it came down to the space that they wanted to take, a bit more intentionality behind those peaks. And huge 2 picks, honestly, from Terror and St. Claus to make that round doable there for Puppy Thieves. I think those initial ones definitely kind of set the tone for this round. Now, Tool to False online, and we watching those sight line here towards C long. Lydia is definitely not going to look to peek that. I think just anticipating that walk up that we had seen from St. Claus previously and seeing if she could punish it if it did happen again.
Similar breakoff here for Shopify Rebellion. Lydia in a position to potentially make some contact and then teleport to play if they would like to. Oriental, a little poke up through doors will actually delete the sentry turret. That will keep Shopify maybe a little bit privy to what's happening at mid-map. 60 seconds less than that on the clock. Gotta make a call.
I like the insert at the very least here for Dodonut. You know, you got a bit of information gathering. We know that Terror is the one who's looking to jiggle peek the angle. The rest of the team, they're actually going to take this look to regroup over towards mid.
The one time you don't do the jiggle peek, you try to take the battle. Undersiri was supposed to be there to assist, but it's not timed perfectly. Good rotation, though, from St. Claus to find one. Scary Shark a second. But where is the hits? Wolf are still a little bit cautious on both of the sides of the map right now, and that dark cover will force Dodo to have to dive on into essentially nothing. There's the sound cue. Shock darts are out. Dodo for one, but the return is even better for the side of Wolf. And Lydia can only do so much, so they will teleport out of here. And by teleport, I mean walk. And we're going to be tied at 3.
That timer on the clock is something that we're going to definitely have to look out for. You had called it out into the mid round, just taking a little too long. And there was the idea there, you know, they wanted to pivot over towards the B site. There was enough time for it, but just were not prepared for the off to already be watching that sight line. And the smokes hadn't been down for the cover because they were trying to bait that A push to come in, drawing those rotations over. Fortunately, the fight doesn't go their way. All tied up now, though. You have Terror with the overdrive in hand here as well alongside that judge. You know that that is something that is terrifying to see at all times with the way that she is going to be using movement to help her get those picks.
Little opening toggle, but nothing crazy here in round number 7. But an important round nonetheless. You lose this one out if you're Shopify, you'll be in some financial trouble for at least most of the members. Other side of that is you have 5 ults to play with. Little feel out towards A long, nothing there. And it looks like this is going to end on the C site. Teleport for Claws is back over towards window cubby, which is under threat. The trademark currently in the way. And Oriental may curveball peek this. Or just peek it. Relay bolt's going to come through first, though. And the lockdown will be set in the corner. Well, firewall first. Curveball, no hot hands behind that, and everyone's going to bail off the site if you are Wolf.
Really great Hunter's Fury from Sarah as well. Not just to try and catch out any players squatting out, but to deny the push onto that lockdown. 3 ultimates now invested into this round here from SRG, cutting off the line of retake here into CT.
Watch your eye.
Well, breaking through this Viper's Pit's going to be extremely difficult. I'll drone over towards Garage, but our cover will block that. Terrace is the first one to try to jump on into the mix. Not going to find much. The Shopify Rebellion's post plan is looking very solid. Yeah, this is just too much to deal with. Dark cover on one side, Viper's Pit on the other. Very easy, very casual, but I will say, pretty expensive in terms of ultimate usage for Shopify.
Early enough into the half, though, at the very least, I think SRG, like you were shouting out, even though they would have still been able to muster a full buy into this round had they lost it, it would have been tight, and they want to, you know, have a bit more of that comfort that they can work with as you move later into this half. I really like the relay bolt that we saw Dodonut throw into Garage window there as well, just before Lexi throws down the lockdown, just really ensuring that that flash, that push back in to try and break it wouldn't be able to come in time. But now we also have, you know, Run It Back is now back up and available here for the side of Zoriental. We saw
Don't hold back.
how daringly she was willing to use it. I'm curious to see if it's going to be like an initial mid push off the information that might be gathered.
Combo will push Scary Shark off the generator. Sarah's just looking for an extra charge towards a second Hunter's Fury. Speaking of ults, Oriental is playing up through Garage right now with a Run It Back. And once more, kind of getting into the mid stages of this round, it's a late feel out for Shopify. Just to clear main, and what a shot from Claws. Takes off the head of Noya. And that'll put a lot of pressure here into Shopify in terms of executing with only 3.
Yeah, and that also means that Lydia has to scurry over to the rest of the team right now with Noya down, not having that additional cover to provide. She has to get close enough to be able to smoke. And comfortably at that, they're going to pause. It's a bit of information seeking here with the From the Shadows straight stuff into heaven.
Claws. Wow. What a shot off the return. Oh my goodness. 3 in the round. Terror able to find Alexis just on the corner of the dark cover. But it's the Chamber, the difference maker, to give Puppy Thieves their 4th, tie the game up. And we're going to stay in a pretty gritty battle here with full weapons still available with the overdrive and Donut for Shopify.
I think for Shopify Rebellion now, the big question is, how are they going to look to deal with this operator in the hands of St. Claus? Because the angles that she's been able to get and the angles that she's willing to stay on, extend on, knowing that she can get a pick and get that teleport out, has been absolutely sublime and a key piece of success that we've seen here for Wolf so far.
Opener there, not going to land. Shopify may try to change the tempo up a little bit here, knowing that Claus is currently on the C site. Dodo not popping the overdrive yet, but feels like, yeah, there's going to be a time board, and it is right here. Really go first, trying to make their way through, sliding out, finding the first. Follow-up on Scary Shark is good. Numbers to SRG plus the site.
Love that. The fact that you do have just so much solve potential that's available here. Run It Back already out.
Got to find something with it, but honestly, Oriental does not clear out much of the space around the site. Claws up top, going to be blocked out by the dark cover. Going to have to make a decision on what to do with that op now. It looks like this retake, if it's even going to happen at all, that'd be by way of maybe an overdrive from Terror, who slides on in very similarly to how they had a couple of rounds prior. Lydia's right there to follow up. Nothing on Oriental's second life, and Claus is going to value the big purchase and try to get the heck out of here.
Unfortunately, the flash is not connecting the way as Oriental would have wanted to help Terror out into that retake scenario. But again, I think a lot of the success that we've seen out from Wolf has been these rounds where they're able to just full stop, deny SRG from even getting that plant down, right? Getting those picks early on, but as we mentioned at the beginning of this map, once SRG does get that spike initiated, once they are in those post-plant positions, it is just so hard to break up those crossfires, to break back into sight when that utility cycling makes it difficult to even try and honestly walk in at any time. And the fact that the run it back wasn't able to get what they were looking for just made it all that much harder, since it didn't even yield a pick.
I like the tempo, the tempo change. Getting us back into a position of map control for Shopify, not allowing the scope to take over, but a different position this time for St. Claus, playing over towards mid. A couple of stray shots from Scary Shark. Have Sarah already down to nearly half health, and just a pure walk up from Miara.
Go, go, go!
Gives you the intention that Puppy Thieves are looking to kind of crash down on some of this play a bit.
And taking down that turret, it makes it a bit more comfortable for St. Claus to stay in that aggro cubby angle. You know, there's a little bit more pressure there for SRG. They might even want to look to re-clear into med as well, so that could be just one of those moments where they're trying to funnel a pick into the operator.
Nice shot from St. Claus, though, once again here at mid. Look at the walk down from Noya, getting space over through sewer. Problem is, are you going to anticipate this double in front of A lobby or not? Error. Trying to set up just to do it all themselves, and absolutely will. Little mini 1v3. Noya, the last one standing, will find Claus in the rotation into A, but everything else from here
30 seconds
will be a hard-pressed find. Aldrone blocking. Gonna get the tag, not that it makes much of a difference. Firewall is up. Noya stuck in the corner. And that will be the round, as Noya is down to 25 health. Goodness gracious, this has been one hell of a back and forth.
It really hasn't. Honestly, I wasn't expecting those hot hands to reach that deep into that corner based on the angle that I was thrown at, but the Kobe Molly to come out from Zoriental in that regard. It was good timing there from Noya, but the re-aggression has been nice from Wolf. I really see, I think, the adjustments that we were hoping to see from them on defense, you know, a bit more of that proactivity. Those re-clears, it felt like really early on when we saw SRG chaining those 3 rounds in a row, it was a bit more passive play, a bit more timid play. They were giving them a lot more respect. And now, woof, it seems like they've really stepped into their play style and that comfort that we can expect from this team.
I like that call. Okay. It just feels like we continue on with this back and forth affair of Shopify show us something convincing. Puppy Thieves give us a convincing response the next round. Hop out. Oh, shoulder peek. Dodo Nut's going to force out the quick teleport. And that's actually where he ends up doing too much at mid. Just again, taking the tempo straight into the action. First, we're going to get queued up by Sarah. Initial exchange on the site is going to go the way of Scary Shark, who just gets tucked into a corner. Dark cover trying to block off the rest of the reinforcements. Really good one-way pistol out, able to find the headshot, but Lexus is low, meaning that Terror can come back in with the finger guns. Just down to Noya. Still got the opportunity to play out this 1v2, but Miara, last one in, will find the final elimination, and Puppy Thieves will get to 6-1 before the half.
And that whole round was Nora, honestly. Scary Shark, the fact that she's able to get 2 on that hard execution from SRG when you have the zoning ultimate coming out from Sarah. She's popping that Hunter's Fury to try and deny that flood back into sight, but the off-angle backside made all of the difference, and you shout out the drop smoke that went down too. Just really perfectly played for the rest of the team to be able to clean things up. If she had fallen, that could have been a completely different round. You know, SRG, they've set up into that post plan. They're going to get initiated, but now the advantage in the hands of Wolf. Early information being sought with the lineup outside of A lobby. Noya will be shooting that down. And the aggro angle here from St. Claus. I like the dynamicism that we've seen from her thus far. Just putting that pressure. SRG know that at any given round, she could be walked up C long, sometimes playing a bit further back and making it a lot harder to try to clear that turret.
The weaponry a little bit limited here for Shopify to try to get this to a 6-6 half. In terms of the metrics for Puppy Thieves, both sides of the spike, they do an incredible job, but technically they are a little bit stronger on the offensive side in this stage. Don't really want to even talk about Shopify's because at least when they've played in Swiss stage, they've only played it once. So numbers are not really representative. Terror follows up with 2-3. Can they get more?
Oh my God.
Goodness. Just lays down the trigger, holds it at head height, and Shopify get torn to mincemeat, leaving Alexis last one left alive. But a plant and an elimination would give them a chance to possibly get a lockdown, but it has to do a little bit of a dance with the Hunter's Fury Purse. That stops the initial spike plant. Paranoia up top, able to find the first and the second. Is there a little bit of magic here for the 1v1? Tries to trigger it once again. Good prediction. Shot comes through. Alexis has to make the call. Sees the weapon, but Miara wins the battle. And it'll be Puppy Thieves to the 7-5 half.
Such an incredible try from Alexis in the 1v3, but that was insane out of Terror. The fact that she's able to get 4 there, I honestly thought she was getting the ace clip. I'm not gonna lie, into short, but just absolutely insane stuff. That preparation when it came down to a lot of those plays. I think that this is something that we kind of see within the style of Wolf. They like to have those contact setups with one person swinging off of each other, that kind of brawly bait situation, and working out very nicely to have a lead now here into their map.
Huge. So a pistol that could give a lot of separation to Puppy Thieves is what's on deck. What a first half. Really feels like every round from round 5 to round 12 was winnable for either side. Well, some of them were a little bit more convincing, but they were fun nonetheless. Quick dash here for Puppy Thieves. On towards the B site. Recon bolt deep. Gives the space to jump on in. Laws is not a part of this play, lurking through C long right now, and this is a fake plant, trying to see if they can bait out Shopify. They're going to try to potentially go C, but Alexis is holding the door, and there's help here. And all of a sudden, Sarah finds their way behind the play, and this was just a little bit too cute from Puppy Thieves. And yeah, the read is in, even though Claude's able to find a couple, only one more shot to Headhunter exists. And yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I love the idea, but felt a little cute considering how clean the entry was.
Yeah, you kind of have to be kind of prepared, I think, for the fact that it was a little bit too easy. It was a little too easy to get into that space, but a really nice response there from SRG. I do agree the idea there was cool, but SRG were just much quicker to react and understand what Wolf were trying to accomplish in that initial pistol round. Now, with that, it makes it a lot more feasible for SRG to close this gap early on and get to a tie here into this next round, which is kind of what we're expecting. That Outlaw to also do a lot of damage here on the side of DodoNet, but I think you see the setup here in SRG. They're already expecting this B push. Look how Lexi has her set up with these mollies, just trying to deny that push into the back site here if they were going to go fast.
Well, once again, just a little show of force with utility, but not a full commitment. Defense is perfectly positioned for this, and DodoNet will make sure there's no lurk over towards A long. I'll drone to clear out mid steps. And look at SRG, perfectly prepared for the rotation through the garage tunnel. Paranoia cuts across, stops the play in its track. Terror trying to still force the issue because honestly, you kind of have to. And Miara's little pock shots will just have Shopify playing keep away. Any rotation out, nor through.
You've got a high-low here. If you try to exit garage, really not much that Wolf can do when it comes down to isolating the fight. Mainly just Sarah, but she can quickly duck back behind this wall.
30 seconds left.
Little shoulder from Sarah, gets the read that they're out. Dodo will connect not once, but twice on the cross back in towards C-Link. So 7-7, bonus round with some formidability for Shopify coming up. Wolf will have the full purchase, at least mostly, but honestly speaking, they have not hit that many shots, nor had a chance to plant, so they're a little limited on this purchase.
I think for me, the conversation now that Wolf is on the attacking side kind of brings us back to what we were discussing during that agent select, the differences in these compositions, right? This new age style from the side of Puppy Thieves with the Phoenix versus the SRG kind of classic double controller composition where they play very defaulty. At the side of Wolf, they like to go for those very bursty executes alongside the flash to set Terror up. Much different tempo from what we saw in the first half.
Sarah can hear all the footsteps around them. DodoNet the first one to drop. Sarah cannot connect on the backside of the site. Plus a couple of smoke shots will come through. That is a very clean take from Wolf. And they will finish off Alexis without too much concern. The bonus gets shut down. Wolf get one more to the good. Shopify will have full purchase coming into this next round.
You got the run it back already up here for Zoriental into this round. I think huge win condition here for the side of Wolf as well, just to be able to, depending on, you know, what site they want to hit towards. It looks like that lean over towards that A side right now, but the run it back's also great when it comes down to, you know, seeking out that killjoy utility from Alexis, trying to take it out early and force those mollies out a bit earlier on. Instead, actually, more of a default situation. They're trying to fake this hit over towards the A side with the pressure from the run it back to pull those rotations as the spike leans over towards C.
Well, hit will once again get some early positioning. Thank you to the run it back. But yeah, good block right here from Shopify. No contest that day long. Her ball comes through, and Oriental will grab at least one in response. Number still to the 4v3. Hit on the C site. No one checks the back at all. Their cover also going to allow some extra freedom for Alexis to rotate in. Yara will find one, but nothing more. And that just felt like an oversight right there from Puppy Thieves to not even, first of all, notice that, yeah, we have no one day long. But beyond that, to not even check the backside of the C site.
I don't even know if it's necessarily... It's hard for me to say if I would necessarily call it an oversight. I think that it's more of a really good response from SRG, right? You see the run it back being forced into that A site where they're clearing out all of that space. And the reply from SRG is to retake that long control that you were just shouting out, but not just, you know, be holding it. They walk all the way up. It was a great read, understanding that it was going to be one of those, you know, attempts at a fake situation, especially with the fact that you didn't have the rest of the team flooding on, and it's just very well read there. I think not having the layers that Wolf that exactly would have wanted, I think that a play like that works a bit better into the mid round, to be honest. I know they did a bit of that conditioning early round to try and show, okay, when we are going for these hard executes, we are always hitting that site, but it becomes a bit more tough when you haven't dealt with that kind of like utility on the left side of the map where Alexis has that KJ set up, right? To have that information to continue to hold there. We're in a bit of a tech pause right now. We will give you guys the information when we receive it in our ears, whenever possible. But man, Shift, this is such a close matchup between these two teams, and you can really feel, I think, how well both callers are reading into the strategies of how each other likes to play.
Yeah, it's one of those matchups that, again, I said this earlier, but I think it merits, you know, reiterating. As soon as one team does something great, there's a response from the other. And it's been multifaceted where you've had, again, I think it starts with Shopify Rebellion coming out hot. And for Puppy Thieves, they put together a solid response, get a little aggressive of their own. Works out nicely. Able to kill off a lot of the time very strategically to force Shopify to have to hit late in rounds. Doesn't work out. Round 7, Shopify decides, let's just hit the gas. Works out beautifully. Okay, can we go back to normal? No, because Wolf has changed. It's just like this constant back and forth, like this negotiation until we got that 3-round stretch at the end that, again, just feels like Puppy Thieves made the proper reactions and responses. But can they do it here on the offensive front? Because now we're looking at a very similar start where Shopify is going to be up 1, most likely, pending that the pistols don't provide some magic. And so far, outside of the bonus, Puppy Thieves really haven't given us too much to consider from the attack.
Yeah, it's been a lot of that conditioning from the high tempo hits, like you were shouting out there. How quickly and aggressively, like they go for those executions. Pardon me, I can barely speak.
Quick hit on the way, but don't know the top. He will find one. Oh, and the last bullet on the spray is going to work out for another. Oriental will persist, though, just outside of sewers. We'll have a rifle, plus you have the sheriff for Scary Shark, so not out of the woods yet, or Shopify, but as soon as this dark cover dissipates, the action will surely unfold. And here we go. Here's the walk-up. At least should. Third ball helps.
One enemy remaining.
Counter flash wall didn't work out initially, but good save from Noya. Shopify will hold flawlessly.
Now I'm kind of looking to see, you know, a little bit more depth in the playbook here for the side of Puppy Thieves, right? Again, falling back to a lot of this fast tempo, quick hits that we've seen from them thus far. They've only been able to win out on their anti-eco round there in round 15. And since then, it feels like SRG, they've just been so keen on having, you know, a read, an understanding of, for the most part, it's going to be all 5 players invested onto these sites. Maybe you have a bit of like a 4-1, but it's something that we've rarely seen now. A bit of a different story with St. Claus, trying to make a bit of presence on the C side of the map as well, but look how quickly, once again, we'll want to show that presence here on A.
It's not, excuse me, it's not terrifying Shopify. It does put a little bit more sense of urgency to this scale deep into mid, but honestly, for Shopify, they're feeling pretty cautious about overcommitting, largely due to the fact that there's no full forced attack. Ah, what a find that is from Claus. Now the fast lane goes up, the hit towards A can come through, but the Aldrons have to get the back on short side, Terra to stay alive. Oriental from the other side of the final one before the trade comes out, and now Scary Shark takes that position. Looking to possibly teleport up top, but no. And instead, it'll be a post-plant 4v2.
Yeah, I think Scary Shark was definitely thinking about it, but then realized, okay, you know what? 4v2, let's just play numbers, not risk getting picked off and turning it into a 3v2 scenario. Lydia still has a paranoia available to cut up one of these times.
Oh, that's just tough. Yara's barrel shows. Lydia gets 2. Falls on in. Trade from Alexis. 1v1. Claus playing over towards Sewer. Does Alexis guess correctly? Gonna try to stick. Is there a check on it? Gets to halfway. There's the secondary pull. Now Alexis guesses absolutely perfectly.
So
and that's a huge round swing to Shopify, now up 2.
That's an insane round to be picking up. Lydia put in so much work being able to get those 2 off the information that Alexis could find, seeing the barrel of the gun on the side of default. But in a 2v4 scenario, that is not a round that Puppy Thieves really could be affording to lose whatsoever. You think about the ult economy that's coming into this here as well. SRG now cycling into ults to match the side of Puppy Thieves. A timeout to be called here on the side of Puppy Thieves. Tanny probably having a conversation with the team to see, you know, what they want to do when it comes down to the approach. Part of me is a little bit surprised that it's taken kind of this long, but maybe it's been, you know, moments where he's liked the calling that's been happening, the adjustments that have been made, but it's at a point now where the intervention is necessary, especially after losing a round out like that.
Well, the urgency surrounding this map has just been kicked up a notch. I'll tell you that much. Because now you're in a position, down 2, talking about potentially force buying here maybe, because you do have a couple of full rifles available, plus the ultimates. I wouldn't be surprised to see Scary purchase, and then we're going to commit to a tour and commit to the overdrive this round. This is a huge round right here for Wolf. The only issue with this purchase is that they should also, of course, know they're going into a Viper's Pit, they're going into a lockdown. So you have to trust that you're going to get enough early presence to force those out, and Miara can do some work with the 100 security counter.
We'll have to see what the plan is here. Again, another one of these 5-player splits with the run it back over towards this A site. More than happy to play the retake, though, on side of SRG with the lockdown that you had been mentioning here. And the aggression into CT, but not quite enough to have, you know, like lurk coming in.
What about this, though? You're just not even going to bother with the lockdown. You're just going to go ahead and hit the paranoia and just dive on through from heaven. So you get the site back, at least largely speaking. But how all of a sudden, you're starting to get the eliminations back. 2v3. Hunter Sphere going to come through over through Sewer side. You have to cancel this. You're Alexis able to find the first, not able to transfer for the second. Down to the 1v1. But Miara is so far away. Lydia going to get it at least to halfway. Thinking about the full setup. Thinking about the full hold. Who gets it? Shopify do with the defuse. It was as tight as it could possibly be. But Shopify are able to hold, stick, and get the defusal for an 11-8 count.
Just absolutely insane. Throwing down that lockdown in a position, too, where Alexis knew that they were going to try and swing through that smoke, was so prepared for it with that crossfire. And it's just wild. They fully took advantage of the blaze wall that was thrown up by Zoriental to help with that fast flood on site. It was completely cutting off the right side, allowing them to flood on clear into the left side very comfortably, knowing that those short players can keep them.
Wow, what a turn. Oh, Dodo in some trouble here. trying to get away and will successfully be able to do so thanks from a little bit of help of Sarah. Viper's Pit at C long will congest that area, so it looks like for Wolf, having spent almost every single ultimate, they are going to have to either find a finish on A or find something opening over towards B.
This could be a really important fight here. If St. Claus takes down Dodonut, that opens up the round here for the side of Wolf. Screen up, denies the angle, but dropped. First blood into the hands of Puppy Thieves. The operator being out of the equation definitely makes this more comfortable here.
And you have to keep in mind that you can't drop the Viper's Pit yet, so I'm actually really surprised that Puppy Thieves didn't use that as an opportunity to burst on towards the site. It looks like they're going to rotate back over to B. Alexis will step in. All the proactivity to re-clear sewer for Shopify will give Alexis the knowledge that she's got to keep her gun up and try to hold for as long as possible. Great first shot. Not able to find the second. 100 stream to cut across the site. This could do a lot of damage. It finds a shot onto one. Lydia from the flank shuts down Claus, who has been such an X factor. So the 3v3. Noya still playing close, waiting for her allies to open up some attention and potentially peek from this angle. Curveball comes through. Now is probably the time for Noya to consider going with that recon pull. And that will work. Wow. Really, really well constructed from Shopify. And that will put them on to match point, or probably map point.
Look at how quickly they react. Shift. The fact that that A long walk-up happened so fast as the Lexi is calling that flood onto that B site. They're trying to get that line for Sarah to use that Hunter's Fury, whittling down the players on Wolf to so low HP. The defense has been impenetrable thus far from SRG. Even when Wolf are able to get that plant down, the retakes are so formulaic and just so well synergized on the side of SRG. It makes it really hard for Wolf to find those answers in the moment with all of the chaos. Like, it feels like there hasn't really been a round where they've gone to actually get that plant down and set up all that comfortably into the house.
Oh, here we go. Quick action. Looks like Puppy Thieves are just going to throw something to the wall and see if it sticks. Their map pick getting a little out of hand. Nice shot from Dodo. Not going to miss for that long. Sarah Follins, another one falling. Dodo, Shorty, doesn't need it. St. Claus trying to clutch things up now. This would be a 1v4. Has the vacancy to plant. Doesn't realize it.
Yeah.
This is a bullshit. And it won't work. Shopify.
Win.
Come out. 13-8. And what a start. I mean, legitimately, for this series, I was not expecting it to be this back and forth. But at the end of the day, Shopify on the second half, just too good, too strong. The decision-making, like you mentioned, too quick.
They were insane on defense. I think that you're talking about the back and forth, and even though it ends up being that 13-8 score line, it does not paint the whole picture because it was a clinic that SRG were running on defense and shift. I think that it makes for a really exciting series that we're going to be having to see how toe-to-toe they can keep it, but when SRG want to turn it up, they always can.
We'll see how things unfold. That is Puppy Thieves dropping their first map, and with that, also their map. Not a good sign, as we'll be heading to break, and when we come back, it's split. Shopify's pick right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. Muted my microphone. Sorry about that, friends. We are through map number 1, 13-8 for Shopify Rebellion after what was a very competitive first half. Then the second half happened, and it wasn't as competitive. 7 rounds, most of them all put together for Shopify on their defensive side, has them taking Wolf's pick. And yeah, I was about to say we didn't really talk much about it, but I feel like the first blood battle is going to tell a lot of the tale here about how this map had gone, and that definitely felt to be the case. A couple of the clutches maybe here or there, but largely speaking, those first bloods were a huge indication for a win. On the flip side, again, I think this most importantly, the post-plant situation. Again, I think mostly off of 2 rounds before the map had stopped. That retake that we saw from Shopify just too strong. So some issues there from Puppy Thieves to hang on and give themselves a chance on that offensive half.
Yeah, you talk about those first bloods. I got my eyes on Donut. She got 9 of 14 of them.
Holy.
Like, she was a monster when it came down to those first bloods, and pretty evenly split across both halves there as well. But you were saying, giving kudos to the fact that it was so close at that half, 7-5. Woof, they had the advantage heading into the second half by 2 rounds and were only able to get 1 once they were on the attack. And I think for the side of SRG, they really just had a great read on how Wolf were liking to play. The conditioning that was done by the side of Puppy Thieves, it became more of a readable condition there. If anything, I think they had an understanding of those rounds where they were trying to go for some of those pump fakes and called it really well when it came down to having moments where they were getting a little bit more aggressive, playing a bit further back, a bit for the retake there. And on defense, everything went the way of SRG, not really seeing the layers, I think, that we wanted to from Puppy Thieves with this Phoenix composition. I don't think it's bad by any means shift, but I feel like I would have liked to see a little bit of like that change in pacing. We got a preview of it later on into that second half, but didn't really see the layers where they were dealing with that Alexis utility early into the round. It felt like that only happened a couple of times when we went for those mid-re-hits there for the side of Wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just domination from start to finish. I also just give Alexis a lot of credits on that defensive side. Tested a handful of times and provided. So map 1 goes to Shopify. Map 2, Shopify's pick. Split coming up. And, for Shopify, they definitely look the most menacing right now on Pearl, but it doesn't shade away from to also mention that they could do whatever they want on Split. I think we definitely saw that in their most recent play versus SAD. 13-8, but getting 9 offensive rounds is like, holy cow. Puppy Thieves yet to play this map in this stage, so some figuring out to do in terms of what exactly they're going to try to read into Shopify's playbook and what they want to come out with compositionally. It's just tough because losing that first map in the fashion that you do, now having to go on to SRG's pick, you have to have a great first half here if you're Wolf starting on the defensive side.
Yeah, certainly. And I think you're talking about what they want to do compositionally. And the question is because last time we saw them on Split was during closed qualifier when they had a different team. They had Lydia and they also had Misu on the squad as well. And she's all the way in EMEA playing in Game Changers nowadays with Twisted Minds Orchid. But we don't know what they're going to be running because that was back when it was the Yoru meta. So the approach is going to be very different. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing to the table. I would not be surprised if it ends up being a double duelist composition. I think when they play on Lotus, we do know that Zoriental likes to break out that Raze there and then Terror on that Neon. So that is definitely a combo that you could potentially expect coming out for this squad heading into Split. I think for Shopify Rebellion though, they've done they did like one swap. I think when it came down to what they were running, they shifted away from that Waylay and into the Neon there for Donut. That definitely, don't get me wrong, she's great on the Waylay too, but the Neon just looks so comfortable for her.
Yeah, I agree. And it's just one of those situations that the margin for error here for Puppy Thieves feels pretty low considering the amount of abilities or just the amount of ability period that Shopify have to recover, knowing that they've got a chance to, like you mentioned, like swap from the Waylay to the Neon, still look just as good on it. So will there be some counter planning in what they want to pick duelist wise, depending on what they feel like Puppy Thieves may want to run? I like the idea of running the double duelist though. Just give yourself some more presence And no, not quite. This is going to be the Rays. Very standard comp in a lot of ways for Puppy Thieves. The Vice is interesting, though. And the Shopify Rebellion squad will stick with the Neon instead of the Waylay, kind of what they ran previously in last week's game.
I feel like when I look at that Puppy Thieves composition right now, I'm just thinking stall potential on defense. Like, this is an annoying comp to have to deal with when it comes down to the amount of sheer utility that you can use to break up any of those executions that you want to see, or trap plays even from the side of Shopify Rebellion Gold when they are trying to, break into these sites. You've got Scary Shark with the Paranoia, you've got Terror having that Viper utility to slow things down, on top of the Vice util having to be dealt with early on as well. Just a lot of utility when it comes down to that stall and even reactivity for whatever it is that SRG are going to be doing. But I think that it's kind of a give and take in this scenario shift, because we know that SRG likes to play that more kind of defaulty style, right? Where if they are looking to contact up to a lot of these lanes, it will make it a bit more awkward for Puppy Thieves to maybe react in certain ways, because a lot of that trap play game plan does rely on having information on that presence that's going to be available there, and that's a lot of pressure, I think, on Miara to be able to get that information here for the side of play.
I like that, and I think that's going to be something that SRG will have to try to hold on to. But already in this pistol, looking for some aggression, little combo with the paint shells, and it's going to work out absolutely perfectly. And a little bit of information, that was your spike carrier. So I want to talk about early pressure onto Shopify. You lose your Sky, and Scary Shark's going to take away space over towards the backside of B main. I love this. Wolf are just not coming out passive whatsoever, and it's going to pay off for them to an early 4v3.
Yeah, I think it's a cool strat to be calling here on the pistol round, because SRG, probably looking at this composition, they're like, okay, despite the go brawly playstyle that Wolf likes to play, you expect them to, be sitting back a little bit more, and this is not the case whatsoever.
Terror gave themselves an opportunity to get some ghost shots off, but bouncing through tower, was Dodonut. Ooh, Oriental will also read that there was some early pressure. The Boombot queued up early. Haunt will be denied. That early elimination gets us to a quick 3v3. And wow, SRG are just going to run a little bit of a snowball here. Arc Rose doesn't really affect too much. Spam shots, but off the reload. St. Claus, that's just not well timed. Now it's just on to Oriental. First one's clean. Paint shells re-earned. Up and over. Not going to get deep enough, but it does push SRG around the pillar just a little bit. Donut could just keep throwing shoulders for literally ever here if they want to.
I diffuse things in my sleep.
Yep, that's the problem. There's a couple of shots from Noya, and Donut will just stand tall this time. Find the bounce back. So into 3v4 for the early pressure from Puppy Thieves, SRG still provide.
And that's the thing with SRG, they're this team where anytime they're down in numbers, with the synergy that they've built up with each other over time, the protocoling that they have, there's always a possibility for them to come back into these rounds. I think there was a great idea out from Wolf when it came down to that initial set play over in mid, the wombo combo between that C's and Nade, but now SRG, they are going to be running into 4 players here. Who's going to come out on top?
Paranoia early over towards A main. Are covered to replace behind the slow orb. That is a lot of utility dumped onto the choke point. Scary Shark's going to see if maybe they can bait out a peek, but not going to happen with the orb, so we'll just grab it, back up. And SRG, as soon as this dark cover expires, may think about re-hitting the wall and making a play.
It was such a good call also for, I believe that was Noya throughout that snake bite, right? Just to deny that first push with that Paranoia over from A main, the reaction to try and deny the reactive flood from the attacking side, but there's great awareness from SRG to anticipate that aggression.
Fast lane out. Paint shells blocking. Donut taking a lot of damage and will eventually call Scary Shark, who is stuck on the reload. Oriental there for the trade, so we'll get to a 3v3. Site wide open, though. And that will mean a plant is going to be in the mix in the back side of the site, so it definitely feels like SRG is going to play to bunker up on the site, play through elbow here.
Yeah, we're looking to see if anyone's going to kind of push the limit a little bit when it comes down to the space that they might look to take, instead more than happy to bunker on site like you had been mentioning. up close with the judge here from Noya. It's going to be so hard to get out from CT.
The more you push, the more likely it is to give away weapons, and that is about as clean as a judge play can get. Noya for the last 3 has Shopify up 2-0. Bonus on the way.
Credit to Puppy Thieves, though. They definitely have to be happy with the fact that they at least got trades on that A site. You know, the 1-for-1s at minimum. When you had 2 players there, sure, they would have liked to have a bit more damage done, but in moments like that, when you have 5 players going onto that A site, you might not even expect to be able to, you know, knock one player down with how that execution was happening. 4-1 split here for SRG. You've got Sarah outside of B, waiting to see if that aggression will come through. Wolf have been known for these walk-down scenarios here on defense. Try and get a bit of that information. Now looking to regroup with the team.
Well, stack will lead to a burst. Waller's going to come through. Fast lane already up. Scary Shark will take cover behind the Paranoia, and a really good haunt behind that. Miara's able to get the first. And SRG, like you talked about, stalled by all this utility. Scary Shark still able to hold with now help on the way through tower side. Oriental pops out for 1, and Lydia can only do so much. So that is an early example like you're talking about. Can you just stall out the hit, put him into a bad choke point, and then feast afterwards? And the answer in that round was absolutely yes.
Yeah, as the conditioning there from SRG to Wolf, we're expecting that push over towards the A side. I think felt very confident in the fact that they haven't really wanted to deal with St. Claus utility on that device over at B whatsoever. And the trap play was just coming through really nicely there. A perfect util with the Paranoia and that haunt like you had called out. Now trying to deny this early peek with the slow so Lydia can get that TP on over.
Claus. Really good on the chamber in map number 1. Just going to keep spraying after the second orb tap comes through, and that will connect on to Sarah. Lydia will cue the wall, teleport back. Ooh, another sense of aggression being seen on the other side of the map. So yeah, I like this from Puppy Thieves. Just kind of keeping SRG uncomfortable on both sides of the map here.
Yeah, it's that push and pull that we really got to see in, I think, like a couple rounds into Haven in that first half of the last matchup that we just saw.
Terror. Not good for that one. So Dodo will keep the pressure on to B tower. But no one checks Scary over the middle, but doesn't make a difference. Lex is still able to find one. Now that's how can you find Claws inside the site. Good first. Shoulder comes through, forcing Alexis into a weird spot, but takes the win. Now to a 1v1 situation with Miara. Late to rotate once from Alexis. And the Red Bull clutch comes through. SRG take away a huge round.
That was disgusting. I don't know what it's been. Alexis has always been a great player, but it feels like this year she's broken through her ceiling. Like, to be playing at this level, to have the responsibility of IGLing there as well. She's been so cold in those clutch scenarios when it comes down to getting those multi-kills. Now, Seekers online here for SRG on top of that in a round where it really did not feel like SRG were going to be walking away with.
No, it did not. Well, still enough purchase here for Puppy Thieves to buy. Showstopper at the ready. We're looking for some aggression. Great slow orb. And the flash to make sure that there's no damage dealt. Although B main has been collected, so Puppy Thieves will have to use that defensively. They're going to stay here and keep the stack up. They want a little bit more. And the Trailblazer will read that Miara was there for the orb. Everything else will start to make its way over towards A ramps.
Yeah, they're trying to pull out as much as utility as possible, and it's also that signal with how aggressively they're fighting for B main that St. Claus is going to be on this side of the map. You see the solo contact play to see if they can search out where that wall is. Noya is going to hear that 4 ramps, the vines, to slow this A main push.
Thorns down.
Well, one of the vines will be deleted. Roy was just coming through, but Lydia will still find the first. Barrier orb reinforces, but still is deleted by Miara. Seeker's gonna make sure that the post plant gets set up in the right spot. And yeah, I like this. A little bit more of a heavy stack here for SRG over towards ramp side with 2 of the Seekers going that direction. So it's gonna force the drop down into the site for Shopify. They really don't have, or for Wolf, they really don't have much to break into the site right now. Double scene over towards screens. Last guiding light comes through. And that flash connects. Dodo finds an easy one. The follow-up is perfect. Absolutely beautifully done by Shopify.
It was just so great. I mean, starting that round out as well by trying to force out and successfully doing so when it came down to the showstopper out from Zoriental. That would have been a key piece of utility. That ultimate could have done wonders to break back into that post plant, and it was just so measured, the plan from SRG for their win conditions into this round from beginning to end.
Now we're on the save for Puppy Thieves. Shopify have a chance to really take control here in this first half. Still have a res, still have a Viper's Pit, gonna have an overdrive most likely. And we're just not wasting any time here for Shopify. Just a quick hit up towards A ramps behind the Trailblazer. Give them tower control and scout out the front of the site. That is a huge value, Trailblazer. So now you flash a little bit deeper towards elbow. Fines are up. Scary Shark trying to teleport over to help. Honestly, there's so much you can do here, and that's, yeah, Dodo knows exactly where you're at.
Great utility for those clears there as well. The blind, I believe, did connect with that paranoia. With his Raptors position here for Lydia, she's going to get that deeper peek into A, helping for the information. Scary Shark off as well. And it just becomes impossible for her to do anything. One pick at the very least, but nothing more. SRG 5-1 to kick off their map.
This has been pretty stellar. Razorvine, Steel Garden rather, I should say, at the availability of St. Claus. Miara also has the Nightfall Operator in play for Scary Shark, so a new tool is added to the arsenal for the defense. Shopify have just as much of a bank account that you could possibly want to work with. They might try to actually kind of get some dominance over towards B main for one of the first times here. They're going to teleport into it. Vice wall in play nearby. Scary Shark is going to keep the op over towards A. So again, some pressure on the outsides of the map. The Razorvine is still alive, not being spammed out. It's the defensive setup on B pretty healthy.
Yeah, a bit deeper than Lydia is expecting there. I like the default setup that SRG opt for into this round here as well, kind of expecting that Puppy Thieves were going to change up their setup, maybe shift St. Claus back over towards that B site. It does become really awkward, I think, for the Vice at A, because once those Razor Vines go down, you only have the wall watching over towards ramps. It's a lot of space that you're giving up to be holding ramps like in such a passive manner. With the operator on the Omen here for Scary Shark, this first pick is a difference maker to be taking Dodo down. A great paranoia to slow down this push.
Hit's still on the way. Op out first. Nice shot from Scary Shark. Plus the help from Oriental. Resurrection on the Dodo Nut, though, is free. So we'll be to the now 3v5. Make it 3v4. Good clean one from Noya up top at tower. Claws will make sure there's not an immediate threat at window. Down to the last 30. Spike on the ground in front of the site. Noya is going to try to block out the rotation. Doesn't need to come through, though, because everything you want for Puppy Thieves is still in play. Scary Shark hits their third. Overdrive would have to clean up the rest of the site for the 1v2. Not a lot of time to do that. We're running out of charge. So now it's just down the rifle and Scary Shark up close and personal. Nice shots. So the op is purchased into as a new tool, and boy, does it get to work. Puppy Thieves get their second.
And this is going to have to change the plan here for SRG now, right? They've been going for those slow default rounds here and there. Sure, we've seen a couple of those hard A executions as well, but you can't afford to be slow contacted with a potential op waiting on the other side, right? So that's why we see a bit of a shift. They're expecting that operator to be towards that A side. They want to try and see if they can hit into the B site. Something that we haven't really seen them explore aside from the initial poking and prodding. while Noya still goes for that lurk on the other side of the map, trying to maintain that space and information in case things start to go wrong here at B.
This would be a critical round to follow up on if you're Puppy Thieves. Flash out, fast lane through. Tape Shell's going to be late. Oriental has to commit to being on the site. A little bit of help, but not a lot. Big flash. Still going too. Oh my goodness, that is more than enough if you're Oriental. Problem was Terror up top couldn't give you a third, so we'll be at 3v3. Viper's Pit could be a part of this post plant.
Snakebite to try and deny the flood back in from heaven. Nora goes for a bit of information seeking. These haunts have constantly been connected from now.
Does stall out the plant. Defense is here now. Scary Shark still sniping. Or cover to block off top tower. Lydia will allow the tethers to still stay stuck. Ooh, the Steel Garden. What are we talking about with that drop in from Scary Shark? Now St. Claus. Other side of the site, Alexis, the only one who was affected by the Steel Garden, is the last one left. Razorvine in the way. The steepest of high lows right now between Miara. Oh, but the flash, I thought initially it was going to be enough, but Miara still finds the win. And a huge back-to-back set of rounds from Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, really nicely done looking away. I like the idea there from SRG. They were trying to bait out that Steel Garden, but Puppy Thieves, they were so aware of it. They knew that they were looking to try and bait it, try and fake that plant, force it out and see if they could, refight into it, getting out of that ultimate in time. But instead, that patience, running down the clock, understanding that SRG weren't going to initiate that spike just yet. Showstopper back online here for Zoriental. Scary Shark will have the deep B line here as well, paired with the Viper's Pit in mid. It leaves SRG with fewer options, and it looks like they're actually going to walk in here.
Oh, Messi inside a male. Toto catches one with Terror. Responds with the Bucky, almost getting 3. Alexis with the last second shutdown will come off of the decay. We'll be in a 3v3. Flash coming through Scary Shark. Trying to keep the hot hand, and it will stay hot. Not going to get the follow-up. Trying to teleport away. And it's able to get to an angle that is... yeah, just barely safe of Lydia. Paranoia does affect. Lydia in the corner. Opportunity to push around this. Lydia's going to find the first. Miara dancing with Pillar, able to find the one. Now it's not just Anoia and Scary Shark. What was that? 6 scope shots out of Scary Shark, it feels like, in the last couple of rounds. And all of a sudden, Puppy Thieves have rode that power weapon into a 1-round game.
Yeah, Scary Shark has been an absolute difference maker here for Puppy Thieves. 12-6 right now, the Omen on the operator. Something that isn't it's not something that we haven't seen before, but it's something that you don't get to see very often. But the Omen, the fact that you have those shrouded steps, even though it is a lot less common to see, it does offer that opportunity for a lot of these cheeky repositions that help Scary Shark stay alive in some of these key moments.
All right. Big round here. Weapons in hand for Shopify. Ready. Scary Shark holding a close corner on B main. Obviously, you're expecting Lydia to be nearby. Boombot deleted. And teleporting away to safety will be lit. A little bit of a play over towards mid. We haven't seen this yet from Shopify. Getting in towards ropes. That'll put the A defense on a different level of alert as the healing will come through, and Oriental will have to hang out. Whoa! Showstopper gut check call is beautifully read. It's generally 4v4.
Get out of here.
What? Oh.
Just isolating these 1v1s. Alexis taking so much damage and now looking to regroup with Noya, who's constantly keeping this A control from that A space. Look at how comfortably and happily Puppy Thieves are to just stay bunkered backside. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds
Time's
left.
definitely going to be ticking. There's still a lot of stall available here since that wall hasn't been dealt with, and neither have these vines.
Yeah, and I don't think you expect Miara to be on site either. On right there ready. Way up high, plus the flash. Plus the flank. Lydia, last one left. Catches one, but no time to collect. and get into a position. And that will mean that we're tied at 5.
Since the operators come out, it's spelled a lot of trouble for SRG. I think they've been putting good ideas out for trying to, you know, isolate Scary Shark or work their way around it, especially poking into mid, putting a bit more of that pressure so that Scary Shark cannot hold that B line or A line that much more comfortably, because they get that mid pick. It leaves one of those holes to work with there. But now SRG, they are going to be calling a timeout here. Googly going to have something to say with the team. I think maybe a conversation of how they want to be handling, you know, the space that they're taking, right? I think the mid control has worked out really nicely for SRG, but the spacing hasn't always been there at times. I think in that last round, we saw the isolation of a couple of those 1v1s and just not really having that close enough spacing where the follow-up that should have come through was able to happen.
I like the calm. But it feels like there's just a lot of layers right now for Puppy Thieves that are working out. So it's almost hard to say, is it purely we get this part of the map, how do we use it? Or is it, you know, how do we get to that second and third layer? That's also an issue for us right now. It just feels like everything's really come to life after Scary Shark has picked up this operator. I mean, really, that's it. I mean, they pick it up in round 7, and it's been 4 rounds in a row. So,
yeah,
it's been a beautiful decision. And now you're going to get a little bit of a battle here. Do this again. Shopify doing their own Haven strategy. Let's just flood something, but once again, early counter. The op is going to connect onto Alexis. That's your intel gatherer gone. And this is such a hard round to determine what you're going to do if you're Shopify from here on out.
And with Alexis down, it becomes even more difficult. You talk about intel gatherer, but also the only player with utility that's really going to be able to deal with that op anyways.
Well, here we go. Smoke about to fade. The other one replaces that mid. Oriental head on a swivel. Now focusing on the front, and Scary Shark hits again. One terrifying Shark. Good trigger discipline from Oriental. Put the round to bed. How about this stretch from Puppy Thieves? 6 to 5. That one flawlessly. And we may very well end another 7-5 half here. Shopify is going to be on regenerative shields and some guardians.
Yeah, it's looking kind of tough here for SRG, especially just with how comfortable Puppy Thieves have looked with that operator online. You also have to give credit not just to, you know, how much work Scary Shark is putting in with that operator, but also the fact that St. Claus is constantly rotating around the map, changing where that setup is going to be landing, and making it that much more difficult for SRG to not only kind of sniff out where that operator is playing, but to claim any of this space kind of earlier on into the round. What timing?
Wow.
8 HP. Man, it could have really gone either way there. Seekers are available here. You also have Resurrection for Sarah, so Lydia could be brought back into this round. Definitely won't be anytime soon with how dangerous that res spot is at the moment.
Yeah.
Look at this stack shift. Like 4 players leaning over towards the B side of the map simply because Scary Shark is currently uncontested with the A line.
And you also know that, again, like you mentioned, the target for the Resurrection's on this side of the map as well. So you figure that there's going to be some sort of a play towards B to try to get that extra member up. 35 on the clock, time to go. And that is all you need to know. There it is. Wall's going to come through. It's going to be a solo mission for a minute for Dodo Nut. Able to get to the back side of the site. I believe Claws saw that. Seekers are now out. Sarah's able to find one towards top tower and a second inside the site. Wow. Alexis follows up. So who says something about Guardians not being efficient for SRG? Definitely wasn't me. 5v1 situation, and Scary Shark has to resort to a Phantom.
Yeah, you're looking for heroics here. If things really go wrong, Noya also has that Viper's Pit if she really wants to use it there as well, but 1v5, it's looking like a 6-6 half.
Wow. That is about as good as it gets in terms of response to Shopify. 6-6 the half.
Switching sides.
Now, we mentioned Shopify on the offensive side had been really, really good. So the fact that Puppy Thieves hold them to 6 is actually a huge success story considering the start.
Oh, certainly. It's been a game of momentum, that's for sure. You know, having a 5-1 start like you were talking about there. And then 5 rounds in a row there for Puppy Thieves as well. What a great recovery to get that final round there from SRG. Now on defense, you've got Sarah on the Sage. She will be leaning over towards that A site to start things off. Kind of curious to see if the plan is going to be going for, you know, just the initial barrier orb to cut off that main space early on, slow things down here for Wolf.
War race.
A lot of shots, but no action behind that barrier orb. And Shopify will refuel it out with the Trailblazer. Paint shells, Prowler. It's pretty much enough information to know that there's plenty of players here. So yeah, now we ingest that space with the dark cover. Poison Cloud to respond, so it keeps Shopify in the dark. And Puppy Thieves are going to re-rotate through sewer and likely have to hit up through mid here.
Yeah, good awareness to fall back there on the side of SRG. I like the poke back into mid. The thing is, though, Dodonet still has that relay bolt to play with here, so if they do hit into mail, there's still a lot of good utility here for stall.
Dodonet will give a ping back up to the corner for safety. And that's enough info to admit that, yep, this is a B hit. Relay bolt out towards ropes. Alexis doesn't see much. Long range shots decent from Roy, but not good enough. Now it's down to Alexis in behind 2. Nice little snap over. Dodonet's right there for the crossfire. And it's now on to just Miara. Sarah in the dark cover. Falls onto ropes. And hey, how are you? A couple of players taking a shot, and Shopify take the pistol.
Really nicely done there with the trap slayed there by Dodonet, and the follow-up from the rest of the team. I think it was good bait from Noya too. She wasn't able, she got a bit of damage done, not able to get, you know, the pick that she probably would have wanted from that kind of like B main-ish position on the box, but it also left it open for Alexis to kind of play that bait angle into hell. Not really expecting her to be there, all things considered, with the aggro peek that we saw from her teammate. Both pistol rounds to be picked up here by SRG. Got the Outlaw online. 5 players. Side of Wolf over towards this ace and sprays through the smoke. We're just gonna reign supreme.
That's really tough. Oh, nice shot from Dodo. Right as soon as Puppy Thieves were about to try to break through a tower, and yep, that's right. Flawless is the name of the round. 8-6 to Shopify. Great response and reaction to the A play.
Let's leave whatever happened in the past.
I think now what's going to be interesting to me is this is a very different composition from what we saw on Haven, right, Shift? On the side of Puppy Thieves, the Haven comp was something where they wanted to play that very go-go-go playstyle, but running the double controller with the Vice doesn't really afford you that same kind of tempo to be able to follow up on. So it's a bit of a change of pace here from Puppy Thieves. I mean, I say that, but at the same time, this is a team where with these members, you could definitely see them still trying to make that high-octane gameplay work out. But kind of curious to see what that approach is going to be, if they will still lean into that kind of play style, or if they will have that shift in tempo. And so far, it does seem like a bit of an adjustment has been made. Granted, it is the bonus, though, of SRG.
That's exactly right. Well, Show of Force at B main had the paranoia queued up, but it wasn't sent. So, what comes next? And it looks like it may come to Noya's direction, where this judge could be game determining. Unless Wolf decide they want to try to play through ropes, or vents rather, but looks like they're going to go Noya's direction. Paint shells in the corner. Noya has to try to hold. Steps up, but that's a really, really good paint shells. Good first blood. Puppy Thieves now on their way to B. Whoop, nowhere to go.
30
and then the
seconds
reload
left.
timing was miserable. So Sarah up top behind the play. One player lurking, but I think they think it's clear. And yeah, St. Claus will eventually confirm the trade. And the long lurk from Terror should put this round out of question. Crossfire set up at the front. Terror in the back.
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to go. Clean. Absolutely perfectly clean. Bonus shut down. Back to a 1-round game.
I like what I'm seeing right now out of Wolf. Kind of curious to see if this is going to be the same playstyle that we witness as the map kind of continues to develop here in the second half. Zoriental, I think we haven't really been able to give her as much praise as deserved. Like looking at her at 17 and 13, top of the scoreboard right now, because the Omen operator was definitely stealing the show on the defensive side there. But you gave a big shout out to the utility usage here from the Raze player, being so good at clearing out a lot of these angles on SRG. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Zoriental as well, you know, being that solo duelist, you know, on a Raze in particular, in this meta and how the game is kind of played right now on Split, is one of the less forgiving duelists that you can tend to pick up. And the fact that she's able to, you know, frag out right now and find those results she's looking for is definitely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's exactly the case. Paint shells combined with the snake bite has Puppy Thieves making their way on towards A. Still clear off elbow. And Sarah's at least able to get one. Shots from Alexis. As Terror in trouble. Seekers earned off of that will be sent to the site. Dodo not looking to go quickly. Trailblazer to confirm the space. And now we're just waiting for the time to go. Paranoia comes first. There's the relatable. Other side of the recover. Really well done by Dodo Nut. What a fun POV that is. What a fun POV that is. Beautiful retake.
It really was. Never a dull day in the office when you get to watch Dodo Nut on the Neon. She's just always sliding on two people, getting a 2K somehow, whipping out that Phantom, and having the spray control to be able to solidify those kills. Again, such an incredible player to get the chance to witness in the server, especially when you have your IGL in Alexis, just being so good at setting her up on top of that to have these opportunities for her to shine. Miara does have that Nightfall available now on the side of Puppy Thieves. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a 4-1 split as Terror maintains that space outside of the A site. Might just be a straightforward hit.
Well, there's an idea of it. Dark cover disrespected to start. Nightfall cuts across the site. Dark cover replaces that B main. Nice shots. A little bit of damage going to come through. Lydia in some trouble, but the overdrive is already out. Trying to hold this backside pillar. Not going to work out, but Lydia does. Find two. Back side of the site. Claws in to find Alexis. Sarah commits to interior designing this B site. And no, cannot find an opportunity to clutch up. It would have been a 1v3. So quick gut check call as called by you, Ash. And we're back to 1-round game.
I like the change in tempo there. They did that conditioning of having some of those slower round starts when we kicked off the attacking side here for Wolf, and they swapped things up once they have that Nightfall in their kit, knowing that they had so much space and information that they could clear out on that B side of the map, especially with the awareness that Sarah's been playing over at A, and there isn't really as much of that stall when you have Dodo Nut still trying to hold B Heaven by herself. Now into this round, we've got Showstopper back in the hands of Zoriental. Like, they've constantly been connecting in the previous half, so definitely could be a huge difference maker here into this round to find some sort of opening pick here. But again, might not even be something that would come to fruition because they are aware of the fact that SRG are on an eco.
Well, flash through. SRG trying to take some space at B main. They'll get it. Secondary flash. Putting Scary Shark on Dodos. Oh, and Sarah's just sitting there unexpectedly. Slow orb comes through. Defense rotating quickly. Paint shells just raining onto the site. Sarah will be replaced. Showstopper. Oh! By the Bucky! No chance this is happening! Yara is stuck in the corner. Does well to catch two, but is that enough? 1v3, weapons collected for everyone but Lydia. First shot's good for Scary Shark, but Noya punches it through the finish line for a thrifty and a 10th round for Shopify.
That was disgusting. Like, it's crazy how for Shopify Rebellion Gold, I feel like this is a team where Typically, when you think of them, you think of like this very measured, very synergized kind of gameplay coming out from them. And it was definitely synergized in that last round, but we don't often get to see some of those insanely scrappier kind of moments from them with their kind of play style. And it works out so well with that collapse onto site. Very beautiful here from Shopify Rebellion.
And then once again, I feel like I'm just repeating myself from Haven. The sense of urgency as we get later into the map starts to be really heightened. It feels like Puppy Thieves are kind of digging deep here in their playbook. Everything seems like it's getting a little bit more simplified towards let's stack, let's hit. See if we can catch Shopify off guard. Paranoia cuts over towards A tower. Flash to counter. And Shopify are staying sturdy in their defensive set.
Playing that death ball approach here. This is definitely still a doable round though for the side of Puppy Thieves. They do have the Steel Guardian available to try and take those weapons out of the hands of SRG, force them onto pistols as well, even that playing ground a little bit. Going to be a bit more of that mid exploration. Miara with the Prowler is likely to see if any utility, any information can be sought out and potentially pull some rotations away from A here as well, while the rest of the team maintains that A lock.
I'll find you. 30 seconds left.
Miara, a couple of shots towards B. As the defense spreads a touch with that little kill noise, create doubt moment. So free entry. Alexis still holding the corner. Shoulder seam. Good damage out. Alexis gets cornered. Really good Razor Vines right there to help that plant get set up. Shopify have been great on their retakes, and they do it once again. Steel Guardian going to come through to make life really difficult here. And that is enough to likely pause Shopify. They will still have weapons up. Sarah gets one. Paranoia just a little bit too late. Oriental was not even affected by it. So now it's just down to Noia. Not going to happen. And a Thrifty in response. As I said, a one-round game. Huge for Puppy Thieves.
Yeah, it was a beautiful Thrifty to come in there as well. You shouted out the Razor Vine, just denying that flood back into sight there from CT, leaving Alexis alone, an island there into elbow, no help to be found. And with how back and forth the second half has been shift, any one of these rounds has that potential of kind of breaking the economy, forcing them into an eco or some sort of half-buy. We will have a hero rifle into the hands of Dodo Nut for this upcoming round here on the side of SRG. The side of Wolf, though, they're definitely comfortable when it comes down to their purchase into this round with a full buy coming through with the round win. Now, Lydia stuck into the corner, forced to Charlotte step out.
Well, the utility dump is looking like it's about to ensue onto B. Defensive dark cover stalls things a touch. This Vice Wall gives you every intention this is going to be a B finish. Just comes down to when. And Sarah is getting greedy, and it's going to pay out massively. What are we talking about with Sarah in these opening shots? Shotgun play. Lydia able to try to hold down this front door. Teleports to safety. Little stack at the backside of the site. Lydia now the other side. Dark cover once again. Stalling out the hit. And rotating back does not feel good. So you have to do this desperately if you're Wolf.
Yeah, 35 seconds on the clock. They have to make a decision on where they want to hit. Instead, with that B main presence still being held by two members, it's a crunch into the B site. They're faking it. SRG biting on the bait and rotating all the way towards that B site.
There's the plant. Retake with a shotgun. One rifle and two pistols is what's now required for SRG.
Oh, this timing.
It could be immaculate. Oh my gosh, another barrel seen, another free weapon collected. Now this becomes extremely plausible. No ultimates to try to hold this post plant. Snake bite goes towards the back of the site. Arc Rose affects a couple of players, but then is deleted. Oh, but Oriental just doesn't even get looked at the top side of the site. Lydia set up as the push from Jodonut comes through. On the corner though. Puppy Thieves able to get themselves into position. Paint shells, softballed, and Oriental clutches up. We're tied at 10.
Really nicely done there by Puppy Thieves. That great recovery when that round was starting to swing into the favor of SRG. It got so close, right down to the wire. Came down to some of those hero rifles that got picked up. But man, Zoriental has been so consistent throughout this series. We got the showstopper back online. I feel like it was just up only a couple of rounds ago. So farming into that very quickly here for the Raze player. SRG, they do have a resurrection to work with. Dodonut finally has that operator online into this round here as well.
Nice shot from Dodo. Terror just looking to put some problems over towards A, but the Nightfall's earned. Over towards the B site. A little bit of friendly fire with that Noya coming through. And Noya keeps Mail safe. What an important 2 picks that is for Shopify. Shuts down the potential of a flank. So yes, you get this site, but you spend everything if you're Puppy Thieves. And now it's Shopify's turn. Here comes the hit. You're gonna check out the backside of the site first. You see one. Flash coming through quickly. Oriental inside the fast lane. Good for 2 somehow. That's an important one. So now to the 2v3. Oriental down low. Shots come out. Can Oriental do it all themselves? Not quite. Shopify will get to 11.
Yeah, it would have had to have been an ace there for Zoriental to be able to get that round here for Wolf, but the impact from the Raze is still so palpable. SRG, though, the fast flood back in, really nicely done. That Neon Op coming online here for Dodonut as well just made it that much more comfortable. Very similar to what we saw on the defensive side there from Wolf when they had, you know, Nora set up on a deeper line over towards that A site, making it that much more feasible for the rest of the team to get that rotation over a little bit earlier so they go for that fast flood. Timeout to be called for the first time here by Puppy Thieves. Bit of a conversation that they want to have. It's been a bit more back and forth into this half once again, but we cannot forget the qualification game into playoffs for that first slot into playoffs at that here is riding on this map, and for Wolf, they want to take it to a map 3.
Yeah, 100% they do. I mean, again, just thinking of their pathway, you have an early matchup versus Wadadaa, who I think is still, at that point, was lingering in our minds as a obvious formidable contender, if not top 2 team in Game Changers. You take them down in 3, the third map being immensely convincing, and everyone starts to kind of wonder, like, ooh, could this happen? So far, the answer has been, I won't say significantly no, but Shopify have definitely stepped up when they needed to most and given themselves the edge. So, can you force that extra consideration by getting us to 3? Important around here to try to do that.
Move.
Breeze would definitely be so fun to watch between these two teams. We can't get too far ahead of ourselves. SRG, we have a Viper's Pit available. Will be laying out into mid here for Noya with that Judge. Great slow to stall this fast take that Wolf was trying to have their eyes on.
Oh, man.
Spray through the smoke there from Lid.
Yeah, that's so tough. And with the Viper's Pit congesting middle, it almost feels like you kind of have to force this at a certain point, but an opening pick stalls things out convincingly. That's your entry player in Oriental down. How do you actually break into sight is the question.
You just got to slow things down, but you also only have, you know, a minute on the clock now. You're trying to hope that SRG will make a bit of a mistake and overshoot. It will be Lydia who's finished. The Dodonut very quick with the trade.
Healing.
Gonna get a little bit of healing as well. 4v3. And this is one of those moments where you can try to kill noise as much as you want, but I think all Shopify are aware that this is going to be a B hit. So there's the poison cloud. That will get them in at least a little bit. Sarah's going to make sure no one pokes
30
through.
seconds left.
Aunt deleted before it can reveal anything. This is the first shot. Overdrive out. Places up a couple, looking for all 3, just running and gunning, but Noya beats him to the punch, and Shopify are a match point.
2 rounds only there for Wolflow to try and take it to an overtime, try to push it to that 3rd map. But you take a look at the buy, how important that last round was there for Puppy Thieves to try and find a result on. Big reason why we saw that timeout being taken as well. They knew that their economy was going to be in a really awkward spot, and they needed that extra bit of cushion at the very least. They can get onto site. Fight! Even with these SMGs, and at least they have that Viper's Pit that they could rely on, but it really matters on, it really relies on whether or not they are going to be able to get into that position in the first place.
Well, pressure out. Lydia has to back off. The main control established, at least for the time being. The side of Puppy Thieves, who will avoid being seen by guiding light through A. So it looks like they're going to say, okay, no info there. Let's see if we can kind of keep SRG leaning B. Maybe crack the code on an early breakthrough at A.
Yeah, the thing is, Wadadaa still here with the operator, right? She's playing a lot more passive because she knows that there's, you know, the possibility of them just trying to kind of burst execute onto her.
Well, behind screens is where Alexis will be. How patient is Alexis? Able to find one. Trade is coming through. Wadadaa. Yeah, perfectly held. Sarah spamming through the smoke. Viper's Pit will be all that Terror has to work with. Try to extend this map in a 1v4 situation. And SRG have no urgency
30 seconds left.
in trying to clear this. And wow, they're just gonna let the pit fall. Firing range open for one. Paranoia connects. Trying to hold out the trigger. Not gonna happen. It's Wadadaa through the screens. And SRG 13-8, 13-10, 2-0. The quote-unquote new contenders. And will be the first team to qualify here in North American Game Changers. Huge.
Absolutely huge. I think something that it's kind of tough to say because I feel like for Shopify Rebellion Gold, with the veterancy that they have in the scene, with the results that they've had in Game Changers, you kind of almost expect them to be that first team to qualify every single time. But I feel like we really did see Puppy Thieves pushing them in a lot of these moments here in this series, which I have to give them a lot of credit for. But Shopify Rebellion Gold, I think, under the leadership of Alexis, under the leadership of a new leader, sorry, is what I meant to say, you have to definitely be impressed. I know that she's always been a vocal player for this team, but it definitely is, you know, a bit of a change, right? For the ideas she's going to be bringing to the table and for how seamlessly that this has been looking, especially with incorporating a substitute into this team here as well. SRG are still looking like they're on top.
Yeah, it's just so many individual moments on top of the collective moments that just make you go crazy scenes. So Shopify qualified. That's the good news. Bad news, we got to eliminate somebody next. We're gonna go to break. When we come back, we've got 2 0-3 teams, one of which will be done in this stage of Game Changers. Stick with us. Our second match coming up after.
Hey, we got this old mattress.
Waterbed.
And the receipt.
How about you beat it with a better deal on one of these fresh setups?
We can't do that.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
I'm just gonna leave it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back. We are done with our first match of the evening, but we'll have to some, breakdown to get into because Shopify Rebellion Gold, yes, looking just as primed as ever. Maybe fair to say?
I think more than fair to say. That is for sure. They just look so good. I think their ability to like close out these maps as well. It feels like even when it does get as close as it did here with Wolf getting up to 10 rounds, as there were, I think it was what, 11 to 10 at one point. Correct me if I'm wrong. But the fact that it feels like in those moments, there's a switch that gets flipped where they're like, okay, we are not letting it go to overtime. We are closing this map out right now and right here. But I do want to give Wolf a lot of credit shift, especially in that first half when it was 6-6. Things started out and it looked like SRG might just comfortably run away with split, being 5-1 in the lead, but they got that operator online.
Yeah.
Scary Shark was such a difference maker on that defense to be able to, make it that much more uncomfortable, get those rounds up, get it to a 6-6 half. And Zoriental did absolutely go insane here for the side of Puppy Thieves. Granted, they're not out quite yet. They're now currently in a 3-1 pace placement there. But for SRG, it was just, I think, clinical. Once again, when it came down to how they wanted to go for a lot of the executions, especially once they adjusted finally to the defensive side there in half number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels not a lot like the same of Haven, but similar in a lot of ways. I mean, you just look at across like what the overview was like, and yeah, the round differential ended up kind of figuring to be about the same. Long stretch coming through for the side of Puppy Thieves at the end of the first half. Felt like they were going to be taking control, but then the pistol, the anti-eco, the first gun round, it's just everything starts to build and trend towards Shopify once they start to figure out their opponents. So really good stuff. But we'll jump into our post-match interview as Sarah, I believe, is joining us here. Our Verizon post-match interview. Sorry. Hey there. Welcome to the show. Congrats on the win. Congrats on qualifying. That's got to be exciting.
Thank you. Yippee. Yes. So excited.
Yippee. Yes. What a response. Okay. Well, take me through, because we're just kind of talking at the end there a little bit about like those second halves for both the two maps. So was it just like your game plan was better structured playing up against Puppy Thieves on that half, or do you guys feel like you figured out your opponent better and that's what allowed some of those calls to come through?
Yeah, I definitely feel like it took some time for us to sort of adapt to how they were playing T-side split for sure. But once we got there, I think we were chilling. Definitely like some rounds we probably shouldn't have lost, some rounds they probably shouldn't have lost, but that's how it goes.
I kind of want to have a question about, I guess, like the current like team synergy and how things are going for you guys, because it's been a bit of a change for you guys, right? Like having Lexi come in, now being the IGL, and then also like Lydia stepping in as a substitute. So I guess it's a bit of a 2-in-1 question for me. I'm kind of curious to see like what you feel has changed with Lexi now coming in, taking in the leadership here for SRG, as far as like how that's affected your style and identity. And then after that, I'll ask the question about Lid.
Yeah, honestly, I've been incredibly impressed with Lexi. Like, I think going into this, obviously, it was going to be a big change for our team. We've been playing under Mal for so long, and she's such an amazing leader. So I think some of us were definitely a little bit nervous going into it, but like Lexi has far surpassed, I think, all of our expectations. Like, she's calling out of her mind, she's playing out of her mind. So I think we're fitting in quite well.
I love to hear that. Yeah, she has been playing out of her mind. Like, it's crazy.
I know.
Typically, it's like, okay, there's an IGL tax, but I feel like Lexi's been buffed since she started calling.
Right? Yeah.
It's just wild. And then with Lydia, what made you guys choose her to bring her in as a substitute? Because I know you guys used to play together way back when, like back in the Immortals days. Was it more of like that familiarity that wanted you guys to like bring Lydia in as your substitute here for Smokes, or was there other factors that kind of came into it?
Yeah, I think that definitely played a part. I mean, like, I think we all know her and like her, and I think like team vibes are just so important. And she's learning so fast. She's slotted in like instantly with very little notice. So I mean, she's doing a great job, and I'm really glad we went with her.
So I just kind of want to get a tally here. The team looks like it's clicking on all cylinders, but if you were to go through the rest of the teams that are out there now qualifying yourselves, who would you say is probably the next best team out there? Like, do you really rate what Puppy Thieves are doing right there as the number 2? I mean, you didn't really get a chance to see Wadadaa inside of the Swiss stage. what are your thoughts just kind of on the remaining teams that are out there that you either have or have not played in terms of who holds the power that might be able to take you guys down?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I feel like a lot of these Game Changers games do come down to like individual micro. So I think it really is a question of who's having a better day. Like you have Zoriental dropping 30 on us almost on split just now. And then, you know, you got Starbound picking up the op and dropping 40 every map. So I think it really will come down to like who's having a better individual day.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, congrats on qualifying. We'll see you guys in the playoffs. Huge boost to SRG, and we'll see you guys in a couple weeks.
Thank you guys so much.
Of course, of course.
Thank you.
SRG, they are the first to qualify with, I would say, convincing form to be noted. Any final thoughts? Just kind of hearing from the gang there, and what Shopify has to look forward to now going into the playoffs a couple weeks.
My final thoughts are honestly like this SRG is just gonna get better, and I think that's the scary part, right? Like you have the change in leadership for this team, and the fact that Sarah is giving Alexis such high praise in that kind of regard, something that I think we would have kind of expected anyways, just knowing, you know, how much she has helped previously with like mid-rounding and whatnot. But I think it says so much like how seamless it's been, and as well as like how seamless Lydia's integration into the team has been. And this has only just been 2 weeks of official play for them, so it's kind of terrifying to think that they're only gonna get better with time.
Agreed. Okay, so that closes out our bit on Shopify. Now we need to change our focus over to what is going to be happening in our second match of the evening, which turns into gloomy times because now we're going to eliminate one of our teams, but we need to go to break first, get everything set up, and we'll come back to talk about our second set of matches after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
fugat, vai! Don't forget, vai!
Welcome back. We are ready to go with our second match of the evening where we get to draw some blood and eliminate somebody. Yeah, let's get nasty with it. We've got two teams, 0-3. Of course, if it's a win 4, you're in. Also means you lose 4, you're out. One of these two teams will not find a win over the course of this first stage, which happens. Someone's got to be in that position. So let's take a look at our overall in terms of where we are in the Swiss stage. Again, we just kind of watch what's up top, SRG versus Wolf. So now we head down to the bottom. We take a look at Hyperspeed Golden taking on Frost White. Frost White has not yet won a map, but they've come close. Hyperspeed has won a single map, and their round differential has been a little bit more egregious. So any initial thoughts on this matchup before we dig into the teams here, Ash?
Ooh, I think it's tough. I feel like for both these teams, they also started out their run up against some formidable opponents, right? Like Frost White, their first game in the Swiss stage was up against a Shopify Rebellion Gold that we just saw qualify as the first team into playoffs in our earlier matchup of today. And then for Hyperspeed Golden, their first matchup was up against a Wadadaa, who is locking in, that crazy chamber composition, but also having a bit of a discussion of the other matches that we're going to have on stream on our side streams that are going to be going on for the second half of today's portion of the Game Changers Swiss stage. I think that Ghost Gaming and TV matchup is definitely another one that you guys would want to check out as well. I know Sad GC has also been a team that's been looking really good, so definitely keep an eye on the other matches that are going to be on our side streams. But Shift, I think talking a bit more about this Frostwhite Hyperspeed Golden matchup that's coming in here. Nobody likes being in this elimination position, right? No. But it's also for these teams who are a little bit newer, a little bit greener when it comes down to their experience competing. That's a lot of pressure that can definitely ride on your shoulders. So I think that for these two teams, you definitely want to focus on those good vibes as we talk about Frostwhite. Who do you have your eyes on?
Do you want the real answer or the fun answer?
Give me both. Why not?
The fun answer is Me Like Cats, because the name is Me Like Cats, but picture is dog.
Valid.
That's what I've got there. On the other side of things, I think, just kind of looking across the roster, it's hard to pick one player in particular. I think just due to the fact that, the results haven't been great. So it's hard to look at their overall and say, oh, this player is for sure the win condition. I think if I were to take a look at anyone in particular, though, I am kind of looking at Winter. I just think rocking more of that Sentinel style, played Vice in both of their maps that they played last week, did a really nice job getting involved in the kill feed. So whenever you see an active lurker like that also has good lockdown potential, it gives you something to build, especially off your defensive side with. So I think I'm kind of keeping my eye on Winter, but that's kind of like a, blindfolded, dartboard toss right there.
For sure. I think that's super valid. I think it's also a little bit tough with this Frostwhite roster as well, because they have, their two substitutes within Chompy, and it seems like Rena is going to be subbing in today here as well. And that makes things a little bit more complicated because every single matchup has been a little bit of a different iteration of this team that we've gotten to see. And, while they might have, still a a core identity that remains the same. There's, you know, those different factors that do have to come into play with the different individualistic styles of each of these players. So I'm definitely going to be excited to see what version of Frostbite are going to be coming out.
I like that. I like that. Let's take a look at the other side, though, to see their opponents. We've got Hyperspeed Golden. And this team, again, they coming off with a map win so far to this point. Gives them something to work off of. But, I mean, let's just be candid. Like, when you're sitting at 0-3, it's difficult to look across your results and find enough to build on. I will say, kind of looking over their results, like, they've done a really nice job in the qualifiers on maps like Lotus, running a Neon Breach, which is compelling. It's interesting. And I'll be excited to see if they end up getting that map today in this particular matchup. But kind of flipping the question back over to you, who are you looking at in this roster to possibly be the standout today?
Ooh, on this roster, I think things get kind of interesting. I feel like Cross Unity, I believe, I could be wrong, but I think she is the caller for this team here as well. I know she's a huge heavy hitter when I've looked at like those stats, and she mainly plays, you know, that initiator kind of role. And I feel like the fact that your leader will have that kind of confidence and those mechanics heading into the matchup definitely instills a lot of confidence. But on top of that, Always is somebody else that I have my eye on. This is a player that I haven't seen in competition for a while. Actually used to play under the name CC is Cray, and that's all the way back to the OG like 2021 days. So I'm excited to see her back into the competition. A little bit of a different alias that she's going to be playing under here as well, but it's always kind of cool seeing one of these players that we maybe haven't seen for a while still step back into the fray and see what they're able to bring to the table after so much has changed.
Agreed. All right, well, that's kind of the breakdown on these two squads. Again, trying to fend off and give themselves another chance to see more game changer Swiss stage here. And kind of looking at like how the odds have played out, it definitely feels like Hyperspeed Golden has maybe a little bit of an advantage, but again, how do we say that with any full certainty? Let's take a look at our map picks and bans. Gonna go back to Haven here. Okay, we'll take a look at that. I mean, in particular, you look at what both these two teams have done over the course of this Swiss stage. A couple of playthroughs for Hyperspeed Golden so far, none for Frostwhite, so it makes sense that Hyperspeed has picked that. Frostwhite, though, going to go to Split. They've come close to defining success on this map. They've changed up their comp a couple of different times, but that will be their map 2 map pick. Kind of just funny that we're going to get a repeat of the same series that we essentially just had, except for the third map.
Yeah, and I think I really like those shouts because I think that just really kind of emphasizes how important this first map of Haven is for both of these teams. I think especially for the side of Hyperspeed Golden, with the result that they had previously on Split, that 13-1 up against TV. I think it's just that much more important for them to be able to take this map pick of Haven home for themselves, especially with how close they've been. Like you had said, I think even in that TV series for Hyperspeed Golden, there was a world where they could have won that 2-1, or 2-0, I believe. So I think it's going to be interesting. Definitely important to have a strong showing here for the side of Hyperspeed on our first map. But I think question marks, like you were mentioning. We don't know what Frostwhite are going to be pulling out. And every single time this conversation happens, it's always a toss-up of whether that will be a boon to that team because the other squad, you know, doesn't really know what to expect from you, or if it's going to be the opposite and kind of be your downfall because you don't have that kind of official experience on it. We don't really know how much they've been scrimming it in the background, if they have that practice on it, and how comfortable they feel on that map as a whole.
I like that. I like that call a lot. Okay, so we'll take a look to see if that will pop it all for us. And I think just generally speaking, which of these two teams will hold an early edge or get an early edge, and if they can hold it. You know, just again, it's just so hard to take a look at matches like this and make bold predictions just due to the nature of how the Swiss stage has gone to this point. But, you know, like you mentioned, both teams have played some really tough opponents in their schedule. And as they've gotten a little bit, unfortunately, further down the Swiss stage list, the maps have gotten tremendously tight. So opportunity for a banger here, just in a different way than we may have seen in our previous matchup. Let's get the load in going, though. Haven for our opening map. And honestly speaking, again, it was just kind of, what are we going to get? Because kind of looking across as I've had some more time to kind of peruse through Hyperspeed's recent results, they play just a lot of Breach, period, this across every single map. So we'll see if they try to pull that into the mix here and use that as an extra initiating energy behind what will likely still be a Neon.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? It's not an agent that we see super often these days when it comes down to competitive Valorant. I think just because, you know, that Neon can be so self-sufficient, a lot of teams don't feel like they need that additional like breach utility, feel like it is enough, would favor maybe a bit more of that information. But for the side of Frostwhite, they're also going to be pulling out very standard composition. I think the main thing is you shutting at that breach. You got the double controller on the side of Frostwhite. Will opt for a lot more of those like lurk opportunities, but for Hyperspeed Golden, even though they don't have that Viper, they don't have that same pressure with that toxic screen that's able to provide you. The breach is going to offer up a bit more of those opportunities to have these trap plays, and I am really keen on seeing how that's going to work up against trying to deny a lot of that lurking presence here for Frost.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, there's the breakdown, there's the setup. Now we're just gotta wait to load on in and see what actually unfolds here. Both these teams again fighting for another week of action. Loser will be done. We'll have to go through the qualification process all over again in stage 2. And I think just, you know, having not seen a lot of film or tape or just any broadcasts, just kind of in commentary sense surrounding some of these players, I'm just excited to learn more about players that we don't often get a chance to see. How many times have we had that happen over the course of the last couple of years, and you see someone pop off in this type of a matchup, and then they get picked up into a team that's more middle of the pack, and then they keep popping off, and it's like, oh, okay, this is the next person up. There's always kind of a hidden gem, so to speak, in matches that look like this.
Yeah, I really love that shout out. It's that opportunity to just showcase that talent. Like, even if you end up being that team that gets eliminated, it's still that opportunity to showcase your individual prowess in these moments. And you're saying, you know, sometimes it's about finding a diamond in the rough, a player that you really see that potential in, that you can really build upon. Right now, I think as we start heading into this particular matchup, we're already seeing, you know, some of the conditioning that we're going to be expecting here from Always on the side of Hyperspeed Golden with that fault line over towards that A lobby, trying to get a bit of that information, but a bit of a heavier fight and stack on this A side. Interesting read here from Hyperspeed, trying to deny any sort of power.
That'll work. The hit go on the way. Aftershock already pulled through quickly here, so Hyperspeed expecting a lot of aggression, and they will at least control A long, as well as stop the play towards B. Alarm bot in position at garage. So in terms of defensive setup, Hyperspeed have gotten the right reads to this point. Cats able to at least show some force, but backs away with the high gear. Defense going to almost match the rotation here. And as the re-clear of A long starts to come through, the fault line should be queued up and just about ready to go here as the execute comes through again. Whoa!
Things are getting kind of weird here, Shift.
Yeah, touch. And, you know, like Cats, the first to drop, that's going to be a name that is never going to make me not smile as I cast it. Winter and Nova, they'll respond, so 2v3 situation over the top of Sewers. Nova gets another one, but surprisingly so. Eventually traded away. This little double stack over to the outside of Sewer will win out the site and win the pistol for Hyperspeed.
Done here.
Nice retake coming in here from Hyperspeed. I think for Frost, there is an idea, but a bit of that spacing just not quite coming through with the amount of space that Melee Cats was able to take. And again, the backside play there for Hyperspeed Golden made it pretty comfortable to try and shut down that aggressive take towards that A site. England's going to be opting for the Marshall into this round. Honestly, we don't get to see the Marshall super often since the Outlaws come out and how potent it is. With that 140 to the body, considering the fact that, you know, able to take down those players with the light shields, depending on how that economy ends up crumbling.
Patience, though, here first and foremost for Frost. Can they show enough pressure to potentially get Cats through C? Problem is there's a sentry turret there, so that will likely be all that is needed to stop the late lurk with only classics in hand. All drone from Cross Unity, not going to see anything behind the Viper screen, so there will be a chance to burst onto site here. Fault line is not available right now for Always. And as the sentry turret is deleted, the defense is going to try to rotate off. It's not HYP. Really good paranoia. It's going to give Frostwhite a chance. Cross Unity playing the other side of the spite now. Hunter seeing a little bit of damage out. Follow-up flash is nice to help out onto the site, but damage is in. Should be some weapons collected here. And we're going to get a 2v3 post plant.
You do have, you know, the close paranoia available here. And like that is going to be caught out by that, but it doesn't matter. It's just a mirror sight, able to still land that right click, right down to the wire, and not able to do too much. However, for Frostwhite, you got to be really happy with that. Sure, they might not secure that round win, but that's 4 players down on the side of Hyperspeed Golden plus that spike initiated.
Yeah, really good, really good. Okay. So Hyperspeed off to the races, but this bonus will be a little bit more hard-pressed to come online. You've got, of course, the Phantom that will still hold, but any purchases will have to be measured to at least ensure that Hyperspeed Golden can get a full purchase in round 4. So expect mostly just pistol upgrades, a couple shotguns, maybe an SMG or 2. Other side of things, though, with the amount of eliminations plus the plant, essentially full purchase. Rena's going to evaluate that, yep, the Outlaw will have value here. So no reason not to grab it, and we're going to go to an opportunity for Frostbite to get on the board.
Curious to see what that plan of attack is going to be. Looking like just a general default. Let's see if Hyperspeed Golden want to get aggressive. There will be the walk down towards a lobby here. Ruin, that you were talking about.
Wow.
I thought the second one hit. I'm not gonna lie.
Same, absolutely same. Well, Rena eventually is able to connect. Always will be the one to drop. So that show of force towards A-Long not going to work out. You still have 2 players pushed up over towards C-Long though. Lots of Killjoy utility in and around either garage or Ruin on the cross, shut down immediately, and Cloudsy is able to find another on the cross. So this is looking really good for the first gun round, so to speak, for Frostbite. Shoulder seen and taken off. And for Pangolin, last opportunity to do much is going to be held. So it's going to be impossible to flawless round here. And hey, look at this. Nope, not going to full arena. No reason to move their eyes. And Frostbite get a flawless round of the board.
I'm kind of surprised that the Nano Swarm flash came through, I guess. It's like, what, 200 creds down the drain? But for Frostwhite, a very convincing anti-eco round to come out from them. Nova also cycling into that Hunter's Fury into this round here as well. Could go for some sort of zoning ultimate on an execution. Seems like for Frostwhite, so far it's been, you know, these 3-1-1s is the favored default for them. You've got the Omen and the Sova playing alongside the Neon to ensure that there is that support available, and then
well, here we go. Hunter's Fury behind the pre-fire. Pangolin somehow still alive. And is going to try to take cover a little bit closer to sight to at least get a 1-for-1 corner, but Frost is going to back off, and an Odin shot through mid is going to be where the actual first blood comes from. So that's surprising, especially considering it looked like Frostwhite had everyone they possibly needed to get a first blood at sea.
You get the deep enemy tag into a lobby here as well. That just buys so much time from Cross Unity with the drone. Now rotation to be called over, leaning a bit heavier towards that A site for the assistance.
Now this could be menacing. We'll not reveal anything, but Lover is still
30
primed
seconds
and ready. And that barrel is all you need to see. Or is it? Cross able to find one response. Nice shot. Secondary. No. Rena's able to help out. Nova can commit now to the plant. 3v3. Retake going to be required. Always is low on health. And honestly, going up to heaven with 10 HP is a bold strategy. So they're going to have to wait for the smoke to fade and maybe to Pangolin to get around the back. Ruin might be the first one to make noise. Rena is watching this long route through this A position at lobby. Oh, goodness. And Rena is able to snap over, but Always does find the elimination. Can you work your way into sight, though, if you're Always? Here comes the play for the defusal. And Always is able to safely touch ground. Cloudsy looking for the cross. There's the angle, but Always able to find the headshot at 10 HP. It was always treacherous coming down from heaven with that amount of health, but they do it safely, and Hyperspeed get the round win for their third.
Yeah, picking that Odin back up here as well, but hyperspeed. In these moments, I feel like we've seen really nice heroics coming out from these individual players thus far. Now you also have, you know, them cycling into ultimates of their own, right? One away from that Rolling Thunder on the side of Always. You have the Hunter's Fury available here for Cross Unity. Seems like they're calling for a stack over towards that C side. Curious what the read is when it comes down to what they're anticipating. Maybe just knowing that Frost seeing, you know, the economic situation. Instead, they're just full sending it down C long. I did not see this coming.
This is insane. Hunter's Fury going to be behind this, teleporting right into the middle of it. Rolling Thunder as well. My goodness, it is spaghetti on the floor over here at C. And it turns out that Frost will have the advantage and a chance to quickly rotate for a very rapid plan on A.
Hey, it's an opportunity for Cross Unity to also pick up another weapon alongside Always as well, right?
Toxin screen down.
Now, Rina taking a bit of a risk, you know, watching this flank solo. 3v1, here's the steps. Wall goes up here as well. Might give him a false sense of security.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Rina. This is a little unnecessary, but all right. Gets the little 1v2 outside of A lobby, and we're got a 3-2 affair after some chaos there in round 5.
That was a huge investment out of Hyperspeed Golden to be losing that round. I know round 4 into that retake, it came right down to the wire. They didn't have, you know, the money despite winning out. But that's definitely got to be tough, investing both initiator ultimates as well as that overdrive to and win that round out and have it not go in your favor. Mad respects to the idea. I do like, you know, where they were going with that, but Frost were just so quick to pivot, they weren't really able to capitalize as heavily as they wanted to.
Well, judge in the midst for paying, but full purchase otherwise for Hyperspeed. Speaking of Hyperspeed, overdrive available for me like cats who could go fast. And there may be some action for paying. Ultron needs to not see this. Oh, what a step up. Only finds one though, and honestly, that is more than enough for Frost White. Wow, can I just pick a name to get onto the site and look at this from Winter? Always will drop. Garage control is in, and for Cross and Ruin, they're going to rework this from C long, which is not fun.
Yeah, it's a great plant spot here for Frostwhite as well. So aware of the fact that he wanted to go for that mid backstab.
Go, go, go. I'm gonna put some pressure on the spike. Playing a little bit of bodyguarding here. Ruin, able to get the healthiest one so far. Recon bolt deleted. Now Cross is going to have to make a play for the stick. There's another follow-up. Now she's down to Winter. They can predict this correctly. Winter's able to find one. The full swing from Cross has it to halfway, but will with the win. It's gonna be tight. No, not gonna happen. And the Red Bull clutch comes through for a tie game.
Nicely done to buy that time there for Frostwhite. Right down to the wire. These rounds have gotten so scrappy when it comes down to, you know, those final fights. Now, full pistol round here. Sheriff's on the board for Hyperspeed Golden. 2 away from Pangolin's ultimate with that lockdown, potentially to come out into this round. But again, man, it's like so hard to call these rounds here in Game Changers because when those sheriffs come out, things get weird. Players hit some insane shots. Like it's just always still open here for these players.
Ooh, okay. Pistols out for Hyperspeed here in this round after the weird purchases have come by. At least there's a trade. So we have 4v4 with the weapon advantage for Frostwhite. We'll have them leaning A. Pangolin is the one who is defending, has mostly the setup at long to help. Everything else would just be a bonus. Dark cover placed. Pang. Walking for the pixel. Now has to escape into the dark cover. Successful in doing that. That's your spike carrier there. More weapon flashes seen, but me like cats is able to get the trade. 3v3.
Just the awareness of how important this round is here for the side of Frostwhite. Investment of that Viper's Pit just to ensure that it gets that much more uncomfortable. Flank has been really, really good as well.
Oh, and always gave themselves a chance. Playing off of their own flash, not going to work. Cross, Lover, now trying to surround the Viper's pit.
Last player standing.
Lover Girl will fall. Last one up is Cross, and there's just not really a world you figure that they can do too much with this.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, that would be right. 4-3, Frostwhite in the lead after the hot start from Hyperspeed. Full purchase should be on the way next.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth between these two teams. Don't even let this kind of fool you. Even though it looks like, okay, yeah, Frostwhite, they've won the last 3 rounds. They have a bit of that momentum. Aside from that eco that we just saw, again, every single round has been down to the wire. Timeout to be called here by Hyperspeed Golden while they want to get ahead of some issues. Maybe not even, okay, maybe I could be calling that wrong. I don't think it's so much getting ahead of issues, but probably looking at, you know, the ultimate economy on the side of Frostwhite, a bit of a discussion of how they want to approach this upcoming round and what they're reading into for how Frostwhite might be anticipating to execute here in round number 8.
Okay. See if they can make bounce back here in this full gun round. Big ultimates on the table for really both teams, obviously leaning and stacking over towards Frostwhite with the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, the overdrive, which wouldn't anticipate seeing in this round. But on the other front, everything that we saw spent a couple rounds prior on that big hit through C long for the defense of Hyperspeed is about to come back online. Lockdown is ready, but halfway to another Hunter's Fury. And Rolling Thunder is going to be key. And after the timeout, we'll see what Hyperspeed decides to do with this defensive setup.
I feel like Rina has definitely been a big impact player here for Frostwhite with the working Penguin's gonna get fully caught out with how quickly Cats was able to take that space.
Yeah, I just didn't anticipate that there was going to be a charge with the Nanoswarm, I guess. But that's the lockdown off the table. Ruin looking for space. Does not anticipate Rina, but still finds the gut check headshot. So 4v4. A control still a little bit timid, so we dropped the owl drone just to see what's going on at long. The answer is nothing. Everything is sewer.
I'm out of here. This is great timing here for Frostwhite. The fact that that drone didn't manage to catch anything like you had been talking about. Sure, there has been a sound signal now at this point. Frostwhite,
You should run.
Gonna cut noise. They have the lockdown initiated. No retake lockdown available with Pangolin having gone down earlier.
So this will push them off site. Ruin is in some trouble here. Oh my. Yeah, that is not how you want to try to withstand a lockdown with a Hunter's Fury available and a Neon in the mix. So punishment is in, and we're going to go to 4v2.
It was a gorgeous relay bolt that was thrown into hell, just being so aware of that gap. Really nicely done there. Bit of information seeking on that flank, but for these two players here on Hyperspeed Golden, Lovergirl and Always, really they're just going to be anticipating that save. Money situation has not been looking too hot. And these hero rifles could make all of the difference heading into the next round because we still have that lockdown available there, especially more potent now that that Hunter's Fury and the lockdown on the side of Frostwhite have been utilized into this round.
Well, this next round will be quite important. Save attempted, but no, it's not going to happen. Okay, at least Lovergirl can stay up and alive to bring one rifle into the mix, but Hyperspeed are in some trouble here. And keep in mind, this is their map selection. No, Melee Cats has just been dominating legitimately. I mean, 11-4 feels like a lot of the damage has been done on entry, which is what we often like to see. You know, we're talking about entry duelists like a Neon.
Yeah, I think those relay bolts have been really consistent there for Melee Cats, and just generally the support from the rest of the team, like Nova with those recon darts. You've got the paranoia of Cloudsy as well. All of that utility connecting and assisting Melee Cats and having that kind of success into these rounds. Again, I like these walk-up plays over into A long.
Almost a chance for multiple, but not going to happen. Frostwhite going to take their advantage and head elsewhere. C is wide open at the moment, so the rotation timing is pretty solid here for Frostwhite. Of course, they won't know that, but regardless, you're away from always, which is big. Now, Penguin still has the lockdown, so you do have to force some urgency to get on site, or some sort of a decision, unless Peng just gives away their life there at long. So that'll be an easy plan, and Frostwhite likely to get the round here.
I feel like Cats is just feeling it right now. I mean, you see the aggression, but it's also measured. You're not seeing like that kind of overextension coming through. Always now, down into a 1v4 situation. You have part of the arena who are super low, but again, how important it is to keep these rifles, not looking to sacrifice their life too much, trying to back away from them.
Wow. Ace for me like Cats. And Frostwhite is doing everything correct, even after the timeout. So loss bonus is going to come through here, give Hyperspeed another purchase. But boy, do they need to win this round. Otherwise, this half might just be a little out of hand.
Yeah, and again, talked about how kind of dangerous that is heading into Split, a map that has historically been weak on the side of Hyperspeed Golden. You talked about it right at the beginning. How important this map was for their map pick to go into the favor of Hyperspeed Golden. Sure, not out of the woods just yet, though. Great aftershock to deny the scaling from the Elite Cats.
Rena will get the credit for the first elimination. Cloudsy teleports into sight. Oh my gosh, the timing of that is absolutely perfect. Stops Ruin from ruining the play. Easy pun there. And Frostwhite is going to have a 4v2 post plant again.
And they've just been looking a bit of a step ahead of Hyperspeed Golden with how they want to go for those executes. I think that tempo is also catching Hyperspeed Golden off hand in some moments. Like, I feel like Cats is just so quick to scale and so unafraid to. Great paranoia setup to take up this hold. Now super low. That's all that they're going to go for. They just want to do a little bit of that damage now. Having to, again, look to save these rifles.
Wow. I mean, initially, when we got into this first half, it looked like we were going to have a pretty back and forth affair. And a lot of these rounds have come down to some really tight moments, but Hyperspeed, really, since that push through C-Long, have not had anything going. And that C-Long push didn't work, but it was just like this super investment into it. Kind of like, felt like a tilting point in this first half. And they're going to have the opportunity to at least flood some ults here, but I mean, we may as well force buy right now with what ults we have and the weapons that are already in hand. So always needs to make a decision on this. And if you survive through this round, if you're Frostwhite, you might be looking at a 9-3 half.
Let us hunt.
Yeah, pivotal here for Hyperspeed Golden. Ultimates could definitely be the difference maker, especially with the fact that Frostwhite don't have any to answer with in return.
Revealing area.
This toxic screen over towards A has also just been such a constant pain point here. I think it's applied so much pressure on Hyperspeed Golden, and I want to give them the credit of the fact that they've been trying different things to look to deal with it. But when it comes down to the fights that happen as a result, Frostwhite have just consistently been coming out on top.
I like this. We've seen teams try to like pull a fake at B to pull the Rolling Thunder, and then you rewrap quickly to A. Can they do that? Rena's showing some lurking presence at A. Alarm bot's deleted at B, but nope. The defense is not taking the bait. And now this is where we're going to see the fake. Fast lane. See if you can trigger it. Hunter's Fury gets pulled off of that, so not the end of the world. Shotgun out. Ooh, lots of damage. Arenas with the connection to the headshot. Now it's Cross. Has to step up. Able to find the first and second before the trade comes out. Relay bolt comes through. Always not affected by it, though. Holds the line. And the defense looks good here for Hyperspeed. 3v2.
Yeah, just trying to mad dash over towards the C site, knowing that that rotation has already been pulled. We do have one nano swarm as well here for the post plant. Great space that Cloudsy is able to take to get that spike initiated.
10 seconds.
Questionable plant though. I don't really feel. I don't love that one, especially with the fact that you have CT here for Cloudsy.
Well,
it becomes awkward.
I think it's just they're dealing with the fact that they know that CT is likely where the rotation is going to come through. So you find the first. Now gives you the chance to scale a little bit back, but I hear you. I mean, you could have had a setup in a very different way, but this is the choice to see if it pays out. Flash gives the intention that here comes the play. Rolling Thunder, does it come out? Secondary flash is out. Both players shrug off the effects. Shots initially aren't clean, but they still come through, and FRST pull back what looked to be an absolutely lost round.
Last round.
And now it's 8-3 with the last round of the half coming up.
I think it was just a really heads-up reposition that you were calling there from Cloudsy. Things would have gotten a little dodgy if maybe they overstayed their welcome, and it's a bit of a toss-up of whether a player feels like they can, you know, take that kind of risk, especially when you're down. But really nicely done. Hyperspeed Golden. They still managed to get that buy into this round, you know, considering the round loss buff to your economy and whatnot. It's kind of crazy to think, though, that we still have not seen this lockdown being used. And I think that's why you see this very passive setup this time on that A site. They know that FRST like to poke and prod into short, into long, see if they can get that initial pick. And Hyperspeed Golden on this round, they want to ensure that KJ ultimate gets to be utilized and won't give them anything.
What can you muster if you're Hyperspeed here? Again, like you mentioned, the ultimates have to be a key factor of whatever this defense is going to look like, and you're already setting yourself up for an early lockdown at A. Spike is not committed here yet, though. And I like this idea. Can you possibly see if you can pull one of those ults early at B and then give an opportunity to me like Cats to play the flank? The alarm bot in the way is the only big issue, though.
Yeah, I think that if that alarm bot got broken, it's a bit of a different story.
Standing ahead.
What?
Go, go, go.
Line lockdown. Alarm bot's deleted.
Turret being broken.
Yeah, but like, oof. So now it's going to be an A commit. It's going to be a free plant. The Rolling Thunder may not get here in time to actually contest this. And with FRST giving this to Nova, they're going to have Hunter's Fury to play on the post plant. There's the Rolling Thunder, but it's too late. Overdrive comes through, immediately shut down by Me Like Cats. Hunter's Fury to follow, but no one clears out Hell, so now it's just down to shredding apart this defense with the Hunter's Fury, and that will work. FRST, after the first 4 rounds, say no more nonsense, pull away a handful in a row, and are 9-3 up.
It's a clinical first half there for FRST. Things got definitely dodgy there, shift into that round. Really weird on the defense there for Hyperspeed Golden. I think I could see the idea when it came down to, you know, the pressure that they were putting, but just very well measured from FRST, I think, to bait out and goad those plays out of Hyperspeed Golden to ensure that they could have a clean and more comfortable execution. But now, I mean, the other factor is, what are you going to do when Me Like Cats is dropping 19 and 7?
Correct, on the first half. Then takeover mode. That much is for sure.
Granted, though, on attack, it's also a chance for Hyperspeed Golden to control that tempo a little bit more. Sure. You know, they were kind of in the hands of FRST, what they were looking to do when they tried to seize control of that tempo. On the defensive side, things did really well with that long push. And a great opener here for Ruin to start things off. Pistol so important here for Hyperspeed.
Really, really nicely done. So Nova down. Hyperspeed looking for the C stack. Gonna kill the noise here for a moment. And then make a go. Yeah, I mean, this is giving the defense some time to feel things out on the A site, though.
Yeah, getting that info. You don't have that flank watch utility as well, so Pangolin is kind of stuck in this position by herself.
Wow. That gives Me Like Cats a chance on that long flank. It's going to force the go call through the alarm bot, nano swarm, the smoke. Defense will give up the space for now, waiting for the potential of either a flank or garage. Be where they come from. You do have Cloudsy with the paranoia still. Keep an eye on that. And it's going to cut across the site right here, right now. Smoke also embellishing a lot of this choke point. As always, Ruin, we're going to find the first elimination of the retake attempt. nowhere to go for Frostwhite. Winter, yeah, that's just too much of a high low, and Ruin's gonna get 4 in the round there, so already halfway charged with overdrive.
Go, go, go. Yeah, clean pistol round here for Hyperspeed Golden. Exactly what we wanted to see from them. Ensure that they could have a really good chance at coming back here into their map pick of Haven. We're also getting a bit of an idea of the style of play, I guess, that we're gonna expect from Ruin, with the judge coming out into this following round here as well. Kind of that expectation that likely means they'll be hitting either towards mid into garage or trying to take that A lobby control, whichever way it may be. I say that and we're leaning C with the judge, so I mean, you never know. There is that opportunity to try and get up. Look at the scale.
Whoa! Right through the wall. Cross able to stop a lot of this play, and a couple of pot shots will have Rina tagged just a touch. Do you expect Rina to this quickly? Yeah, you do. And plus, you get the judge, like you mentioned, over towards C in effect. So it looks like Hyperspeed will get their 5th here. Nova will do what they can.
Yeah, just about maybe doing a little bit of chip damage if possible here for Nova.
Spike planted. Team Ace.
Nope. Not gonna do much. Okay, everyone gets a kill. And now you start to talk about Hyperspeed. Can you actually build some momentum here with a very, obviously, pure bonus on the way? You've got Spectres, Bulldog, Judge, all very workable. Paying, what do you want to purchase? Should be something with some firepower, like a Guardian maybe, just to give you some, long-range ability. That's going to be what's called in. And on the opposite front, ooh, Judge instead of the Outlaw for Cloudsy will have first full gun round established for Frostwhite.
Hey, I mean, what better way to deal with a judge than having a judge of your own, right? Now already denying that forward angle into a lobby here from Eli Cats, forcing the reposition to come through.
Shots coming through. Be like, pardon me? What? How did that even just happen? Little fadeaway classic shots is going to make the work happen. Follow-up from Rina is good, and now you've got Frostwhite looking for some aggression to take back the space. They've already got the spikes. They've got everything they could possibly want. But that was a very surprising interaction with me, like Cats right there.
Things got weird, but at the same time, I guess, you know, teams pushing through a poison orb, you got that decay applied. Yeah, there's the expectation that classic, a stray shot might just do them in. Still winnable, considering how low HP some of these players are. It's going to be set up. Pangolin, they are able to get one, but not much more.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Little high-low will finish us off. Double digits for Frostwhite. And 10-5 count means that, yes, Hyperspeed, yes, you lose your bonus, but yeah, the urgency surrounding you being able to put together gun rounds is immediate. So you're going to pull an operator early for Pang. Bold to do that on the offensive front, but we'll see if they can find a way to make use of it. On the flip side, looks like there will just be this normal rifles as you would figure. Always as close to a Rolling Thunder. That could be a big difference maker. Same could be said for Pangolin if they do start to connect with the op with the lockdown. You're going to need those things to try to get this back to level terms.
Placing sentry.
You're looking to just finish that aggression that's coming through and nobody to be taken out early. Information now gone.
Well, okay, we're just going to keep forcing this if you're Frostwhite. You like Cats is going to survive all of this with just 2 HP. With the spike being down, we'll have Hyperspeed a little cautious of that mid window for a small being. And
right here,
we'll just cross our T's, dot our I's, collect the spike, and move on our merry way to a 4v3.
I have the spike.
Map's pretty open inside of Hyperspeed Golden as well. I like this drone to re-clear middle window and underneath. Not actually going to get to spot out Cloudsy's position though.
Well, no way they do this again. Another low health pool member who has no business finding eliminations has gotten us to a 2v2. 30 seconds on the clock, and the wrap looks like it's going to head over towards A. And this is feeling a little nervy for Hyperspeed Golden right now.
Yeah, they have no idea which site Frostwhite has decided to lean towards. Luckily for them, it is a free A site for the taking at the very least, and Me Like Cats is incredibly low, down to 2 HP into this retake scenario. When it comes to utility, though, Hyperspeed Golden, they only have the one flash to work with here for always.
Here we go. And once more, the angle is owned. You Like Cats gets in. Winner finds one. Crossfire setup always. Rolling Thunder. Gonna use it as soon as the toggle comes through, but Winter doesn't get affected by this, at least not fully. Has a chance to re-hit this, always moving quickly. Gets to halfway and is able to win the last gunfight, so Hyperspeed hang on to the round, but ooh, for a 3v5, that got expensive.
It did. It really did. It's kind of crazy how long Me Like Cats was able to live. Coming down to the 2v2 retake on site is wild, especially with the bait that they're putting out there for Cloudsy to play off of as well into mid. This middle control is going to be something that I think Frostwhite are going to continue to push the issue on. For a lot of these rounds, it seems like that mid control is a big part of kind of the defensive-sided reaction, depending on what happens on that A lobby side. Shifting the play, though. Very deep line that they're looking for to get that information early on. Put that pressure on the flanker there of Penguin as well. Pressure done. Penguin's still going to be playing within the smoke. Here's the TP up. You should understand that there's a bit of a funky setup here into A lobby. Meanwhile, Hyperspeed Golden, they're just trying to how much they can get out of this C side. Winter's already incredibly low, forcing themselves to...
Oh no. And somehow, some way, Penguin's able to get the kill onto Cloudsy, who's trying to play forward. Rena also going to drop. So it looks like we should be good for a 7th round. Waldo's going to check the corner. Be Like Cats, overdrive. Wow, feeling like they can win this round. But shut down immediately by Cross. And that will leave it just to Nova for the 1v4.
Drone available, Dart as
30
well,
seconds left.
This is a round that Hyperspeed Golden should not be losing ultimately, unless some very grave mistakes end up being made. And I think now, being in control of that tempo, Hyperspeed Golden, they definitely look a lot more comfortable on attack than they did on defense. I feel like on the defensive side, there's a little bit of that reliance on trying to make some of those trap plays that always work, and it relied on Frostwhite actually walking in to those trap plays, right? But when you're on the attacking side, you get to kind of call a little bit more on where you want to be focusing, what the game plan is, and I think that's where we're really starting to see Hyperspeed Golden.
Coming back.
Okay. Full weapons back in play, though, for Frostwhite. Is there an opportunity to try to stave off what has been a very good second half start here for Hyperspeed? And they're going to keep playing with this aggression down mid. We've seen Frostwhite really try to keep that tempo up. Alarm bot's at the window, though. That is going to make this a complete foil. But we're going to push through this, because would you really expect it for Penguin that 4 players are here? Sees the first. Hyperspeed is backing them up to see if they can kind of re-clear window. There's a high-low setup here. First blood is in. Now it's just down to can you force the battles. Rena able to get another one. Paranoia is going to be in the mix, and oh my. Counter flash position coming through. Ruin. To get one, but Cloudsy just... Wait. Did they just fake or bait the teleport? Not actually go as far as they thought they did?
Yep.
Weird moment to be sure. But Cloudsy comes away the winner, and now all of a sudden, you're stuck in a weird space. You're going to hit the From the Shadows to get to safety and play out the 1v2 the rest of the way.
Really nice reposition with the From the Shadows. Ensuring that you're consistently playing those numbers here. Those teleport plays is something to definitely continue to keep our eyes out on the side of Cloudsy. It feels like we've seen some really bold moments where they've been a playmaker during those times now.
30 seconds left.
Always, though. After getting that spike initiated, she does have a lot of utility that she can still work with into this post plant. You've got that fault line that cycled back into play, one flash available, and that aftershock. Caught out with util in hand. Lousy to put the nail in the coffin, and Frostwhite get up to 11.
One of those moments that, based on the timing, you almost wish you didn't have any utilities, so you kept your gun up. But that's the way it goes sometimes. VALORANT timing at its finest. 11-7 the count. Frostwhite finally able to get something on the board, but the purchase is still going to be a little haggard coming in around 19 here. So still an opportunity here for Hyperspeed to keep building on their bank accounts, especially with Penguin dropping into what would be another operator, but a lot to talk through. The Viper's Pit's available. That's going to be likely one of the key elements of this upcoming round. Hunter's Fury is one away here for Frostwhite. Other side of things, you've got almost everything ready to go. Just need an orb for always. So plenty to discuss in terms of early orb pressure. What do we want to spend? How do we want to use it? Definitely merits the timeout.
Oh, for certain. I really like that they're calling this timeout. It's that understanding that this round makes or breaks Haven for them. If they lose it, that's Frostwhite running away with a Haven win. And I mean, sure, there's a world where they might not, but if they did lose this round, it's just that much more likely that Frostwhite would be able to close this that much earlier. So to get that 8th round on the board, to ensure that they're also maintaining a healthy enough economy, I think is the other important thing. Like, even if they're able to win out this round, they've got to be carrying over as many of these rifles as possible so they don't get stuck in, you know, those awkward kind of buy situations. Now, I think you've also got, you know, a bunch of ultimates to work with here. Pangolin, I think it's a good answer with that operator to be kind of expecting that defensive-sided aggression that Frostwhite really favors, because they really push into you. So it's that opportunity to try and deny those flanks a lot earlier.
Early pressure at C-Long. There's the orb to always. Looks like we were going to set up for a C-Long post plant here, likely behind that Hunter's Fury. Nanoswarms will be expended. And surely we plant this on the corner. Yeah, the lockdown will make sure there's not an immediate contest, but we're going to wait a little longer. Not hearing much. The Hunter's Fury come through to deny to get the retake a little bit faster. No, instead we're going to wait for the long flank from Rina, who will have to beat the timing of the scope, as all they have is a judge. The post plant will lean, like I mentioned, over towards C-Long. Now the Hunter's Fury is out for cross. Feeling like that was enough for the post plant to start to be threatened. Overdrive for Ruin. Shut down, but they didn't expect it to be a judge. Looking for the rifle. Melee Cats up the final entryway from the front. Hunter's Fury for the defense starting to come through here, and the follow-up for Melee Cats is good. Penguin trying to hang as they found a rifle to work with. That's good for 4 in the round, and Nova's not going to have the time. What an absolutely insane finish to round 19. Hyperspeed able to retain the operator and get us back to within 3.
Not as clean as they would have wanted that to be either, though. Still able to afford a full buy into this. Gonna have to be no shields on the side of Cross Unity, but a really nice recovery nonetheless. I think Rina definitely put the work in there with the judge on the flank, being able to shut down the likes of Ruin, and also baiting out that initial shot there from Pangolin as well. But really nice ultimate usage, but it was a huge investment from Hyperspeed Golden into that round to find that success in the first place.
Well, here we go. All the ults are pretty much off the table. Winter is 1 away from a defensive lockdown. And all it takes is holding the W key to get the C site here for Hyperspeed Golden. A-Long has been taken. Mid's also cleared out by Aldrone. So you've got the other 66% of the map if you're Frostwhite. But this is the third of the map that matters. And Penguin, watching the flank with an operator, is not going to miss that. So you already have your smokes off the table. Aldrone late here for Hyperspeed. Feels out some pressure. Yoden holding down the trigger. It's a connection with a shock dart that gets it kicked off. And yeah, there's nowhere to go there. So just pistols out, essentially. Flawless round is tallied, and Hyperspeed are now knocking on the door of a tie game.
Slowly closing that gap. Very measured. And it's just been a game of honestly, the attacking side for both of these teams.
Placing sentry.
Momentum's definitely been on the side of Hyperspeed Golden, it feels like, since that timeout. I feel like we're seeing them take fights with a little bit more of that confidence as well, so kind of curious to see what that conversation was really like there on that squad. Winter does have the lockdown available into a retake for this round.
Revealing area.
Into a lobby, the fault line to come in will be assigned to fully back off of site and ensure that KJ ultimate can still maintain to be in play here into a retake.
Our bot early triggered and deleted. Nano swarms containing the main entryway as well as the default plant spot with the sentry drone guarding over towards sewer. So no one, like you mentioned, playing on site, likely playing for an A retake. I like this dark cover at mid. It's going to put some curiosity into the minds of Hyperspeed, who have been tested at mid window a couple of different times. Me like cats by themselves. Do not get the time to get into the corner. It doesn't feel necessary at this part of the game, but 5v4 nonetheless for Hyperspeed. Paranoia cutting through garage here. The defense putting some pressure onto Hyperspeed, who are going to eventually rewrap this thing over to A by the look of it.
But again, you still have that lockdown that's available here for Winter. A bit of that start potential as well with the Nano Swarm on default and into that A long choke. Sure, Turret is only watching into A short, so there is that opportunity to walk onto the site here for the side of Hyperspeed Golden.
Here comes the hit. One Nano Swarm will come through. The timing of the lockdown will force the plant and the exit. Looks like Lovergirl may just try to hold this position. See what they can find. No, gonna teleport away at the last second and then commit to it. Does get detained. Wait, that's an interesting call. So now all of a sudden, at least you get out, but the defense have reclaimed the site. Trigger onto the fuse. Pangolin giving the first one try to clear. No one's home because of the angle, and Ruin's able to find a couple. Winter able to get one in response. The defense need to find eliminations. Decent snake bite. Doesn't really defect most of this post plant. And this is just a little too simple. Just Rena last one left. Able to find one. Almost able to get the second, but no, instead it's Ruin for another 4 kills in the round. And both teams really struggling defensively here.
No matter what.
It's kind of crazy how right down to the wire again so many of these rounds end up coming down to. I think and into the second half we've seen Me Like Cats also slow down a lot. Still definitely getting their picks and whatnot, but not being in control of that tempo has definitely shifted things for them. I think that what Hyperspeed Golden are doing really well though on their attack at the moment is, after kind of seeing the conditioning that Frostwhite have been doing with those pushes down towards mid, they have an understanding of the pattern of how Frostwhite want to be playing this map on defense, what space they look to retake, and it's constantly that B walk down. And I feel like Hyperspeed Golden have been really good at punishing a lot of that overextension that has been happening in the middle of the map.
It just feels like a lot of these early chows for Frostwhite have just been too greedy. Like that walkout, try to getting into mid, like you talk about, just doesn't really feel necessary. In the name of like map positioning for the sake of map positioning, it just doesn't really feel like we've had a moment really where either defenses have preferred to just sit on site and receive. And maybe that's just a little bit of just the lack of trust in the setup or the information that you're gathering early in rounds. But regardless of it, it's been punishing these First Bloods, playing forward well beyond the barriers.
Standing ahead.
Touchdown. We want to see lobby here. Paranoia is going to connect on Lovergirl. Forcing the shrouded step out.
That's the spike. That's the spike. Oh my gosh. And it's just like, I don't understand why. Because now you're stuck here. Like, you have to push through. Like, I don't understand these defensive setups at all. This is just as free as it gets. I mean, I could hit those shots.
Spike planted.
It's pretty insane. I don't know. I feel like Penguin's gotten so much value out of this operator on the attacking side, just watching the points coming in. And it's still been Frostbite kind of consistently walking into that crosshair and not, using any utility to really deal with it, making them very free picks. I mean, that doesn't take away from the impact that Pangolin is having whatsoever, but my question is more on the side of Frostbite of what is the actual game plan in those moments? You want to clear out the operator on that flank, but we're not really utility-wise like investing in that. So how are we going to make the adjustment happen so that you can potentially win out this map that you started out with a 9-3 lead on?
Yeah, and I think some of it is like, I understand like I've talked about from the last round. It's like you want to establish some map control. You also are trying to take away some of the long range angles that the scope could find contestant. But like, once we get C long, why do we feel like we have the ability of pushing beyond that? It's the same thing with 2 rounds ago. Like the same thing happened at A long. And now we're just going to get the, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type mentality. If it works for them, maybe it works for us. Operator for operator exchange. And this should have Frostbite playing well behind the barriers now.
I'm out of here. Are regressing on this line after the fault line? Really great bait with that recon.
Whoa, messy, but Cloudsy picks up.
Go, go, go.
So now 5v3. Frostbite, first decent start on this defensive half yet. And for the first time, Hyperspeed will need to figure out what they want to do, carrying an Odin and an operator with 60 seconds on the clock. Purchase is fine across the board. So there'd be no reason to not go for this, but how?
It's really tough. Really relies on finding some sort of pick, and Frostbite being up 2 players aren't going to give them anything. Now, this is the adjustment that you were asking for, a shift. Playing a little bit more bunkered on site, a bit more passive, forcing Hyperspeed Golden to walk into them instead of constantly bringing the fight into their favor.
30 seconds left.
There's still so much utility to deal with here into mid as well. Alarm bot still on B, turret inside garage. You have Nano Swarm on the left side of default to deny that side of the too.
Well, you get Lover Girl up top with the Odin, that gives you a chance.
10 seconds left.
Cross Plant now has a Hunter's Fury, but instead is going to try to play behind Gone. Good angle. Oh, better shot from Nova. And no overdrive needed. Frostbite will have a flawless round here in round 23. Get the map point first. But on the other side, take a look at the ults that are available again. Pang has another lockdown. Cross has another Hunter's Fury. And Ruin is one off an overdrive. What I'm getting at is we have the makings of a very likely overtime here unless the operator works out for me like cats again.
Viper's Pit is available here for Rina as well, though, so that could be a lane that gets shut down right off the gate here on the side of Frostbite. I'm curious to see what the plan is going to be in that kind of regard. It does seem like it might be a move where you've got the short control in the hands of Me Like Cats with Viper's Pit's going to go.
Oh, first shot from Me Like Cats, not going to land. Able to just barely get away. Has to spend the fast lane to do so. Lockdown in over towards Sewer to get the B site. Interesting. You like Cat still hanging. England still waiting to lurk. There's the smoke. There's the execute on the site. But honestly, behind the lockdown, this really didn't give you enough space to get a free plant. Yeah, Nova's able to find the spam thanks to the Nanoswarm stopping the plant. The lurk is through A, though, and you have to have some sort of a prediction on this. You cannot allow this to get through like this. And at least it's a little bit sloppy to give an opportunity for Me Like Cats to try to follow up. Meanwhile, other side, Rina has gotten through the Viper's Pit. Nice shot from Ruin. You cross knows they have to watch the window. Doesn't win the first one. Just down to Ruin here from the front. Trying to get back to play as Pangolin. Overdrive out. Not an easy battle to take, though, as you got to watch 2 things at once. Rina does their job to find one, plus the pistol switch to find Pangolin. Cloudsy, enough time for the defuse. Frostbite will survive through map number 1 on Hyperspeed's pick. Oh, wow. That was some fun Valorant to watch. I'll tell you that much.
What a way to close that map out in that final round. Like, so many mind games in that last round between Hyperspeed Golden and Frostwhite. I think that it's pretty crazy to also see, you know, the comeback. I got to give a lot of credit to Hyperspeed Golden for bringing things back into that second half once they got to control that tempo a little bit more. We're in for a fun series here, Shift.
I agree. Wild map. And I assume that as we go to split, it may just get a little bit wilder. We're gonna have to break. When we come back, we'll break down map number 1, take a look at the numbers, and then set ourselves up for map number 2. Be right back.
Done, fuga, vai. Done, fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Dando fuga, vai. Dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete. Ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
We're back. Map number 1 done and dusted, near overtime, but not quite. Hyperspeed Golden putting together a massive comeback effort, comes up just a touch short. And that means that for the side, well, of Frostwhite, that's your opponent's map pick done and dusted. Even exchange of the first kills, relatively similar post plants, gives us the indication that, yes, it was a very even game of Valorant, Ash.
It really was. I think that when we were talking about that first half, though, it definitely looked like Frostwhite were in control the entire the way through. Hyperspeed Golden, once they swap onto that attacking side, though, just being able to control that tempo looked really good for them. I think that they also definitely were taking advantage, I think, of the risks that Frostwhite were taking. on that defensive side, right? A lot of that mid aggression that was coming in, Pangolin went crazy when it came down to punishing a lot of those flanks and a lot of that aggression that was coming through. But Frostwhite, they take that time out in that second half, and you get the answer that you were looking for. You had those questions about why they felt the need to, you know, constantly go for the mid aggression, those pushes, even though, you know, the conditioning in itself would have sufficed.
Yeah.
And after that timeout is called, they make that adjustment. They play a little bit bunkered on site. You also have Melee Cats getting onto that operator there as well, that I think makes a big difference in also holding them back from pushing as forward and still getting that deep sight line at the same time. So really nicely done for the adjustment to be able to figure out what they needed to do to close the map out.
Indeed the case. So that's a look back at map number 1. Indication of things to come for map number 2 in terms of the storyline surrounding the Neons. Very well may be. It's going to be split for map number 2. Frostwhite will select to move into this. 2 instances of playing it in round 1 and round 3. 2 losses, but their attack side, pretty decent. You know, able to get 4 against Shopify Rebellion Gold, but most notably, comeback effort was on the table against Treasure, where they got 7. Other side of things for Hyperspeed, they have played split as well quite often, including a lot of stuff in the qualifiers, but have not won it yet and haven't gotten above 8 rounds yet. So there's definitely some stuff lacking in terms of what they've been able to do here, or really not do here. And now it's just down to, again, utilizing this breach. Can you actually get good initiation or counter initiation as we approach this first half and stop Melee Cats? That's where my big narrative lands right now, Ash.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that's going to work out for them. I think especially because we saw the ideas that they had with that breach on the defensive side on Haven. And it was a lot of those, you know, trap plays moments, those set play moments early into the round that, you know, relied on Frostwhite kind of walking into it and getting caught up in the crossfires. But Frostwhite, I think they did a good job on Haven with just being so fast that Melee Cats was ahead of that breach utility. And if it wasn't ahead of that breach utility, it was baiting it out and then going for a rehit. So adjustments, and kind of curious to see what that approach is going to be like, and if it will be similar on Haven for Hyperspeed Golden. But Shift, we also talked about how important that Haven map was for Hyperspeed Golden to pick up, considering, you know, the history that this team has had. The last time they played it, it was that 13-1 against TV. But at the same time, I will give them the boon of the fact that, or I will give them, I guess, a bit of a soft place to land, that when it comes down to losses like that, that's also, those are things that you can learn from too. So I've got my eyes on Hyperspeed Golden to have learned from that experience playing versus TV and figuring out what was really going wrong for them in that matchup and seeing what adjustments they could be taking into today's game.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like, it could go one of 2 ways when you lose that badly. Either you shrug it off and you say, okay, we know for a fact, like, our calling was not ideal. We didn't make good decisions. You can evaluate those as you go through. The other side of it, which could be a little bit more troubling though, is like, if a lot of things are going wrong, how do you pick which hole to plug in the dam? That's, you know, when you're leaking water from 15 places, everything feels important. So that's the other downside to that conversation, is if it was that bad, do we need a dramatic change? Do we need to just like destroy the dam and rebuild a new one? Like, there's a lot of questions that come through about what exactly do you do. But for Hyperspeed Golden, no differences, exact same setup that they have played. Frostwhite could go back to the Rays instead of just running the Neon. So it's what they ran versus Shopify Gold in the mix here for Frostwhite, which is interesting.
I feel like that kind of gives me the vibe that they have maybe a different approach to this map, because they are starting out on the attacking side first. When they're running the Vice, it was because they started out on defense in that matchup up against Masked Treasures. So
sure, that might be, you know, it's not really common for us to see those changes as far as like having a defense comp and then an attack side start comp. But when it comes down to like this level of gameplay as well, sometimes those like gimmicks are what these teams will lean into to have a little bit of an edge up, being a bit more confident in how they're able to handle one half of the map. And I think what's also kind of scary though for the side of Hyperspeed Golden in this elimination matchup here for the Swiss stage is the fact that defense has been their weakest side.
They have like a 22% win rate on this side, and I think Frostbite, they have closer to like a 50% win rate on the attack. So they're starting out on the side where they're a lot more comfortable on, and against the weaker side there of Hyperspeed Golden. I'm curious to see how much adjusting Hyperspeed has done to kind of really solidify and figure out the identity that they want to have here on defense.
Yeah, it's very true. Will we see more of those rogue push-ups that we saw in Haven? Not this round. Eli Cat's the first one over. Snakebite will push them a little bit off of the angle of tower, but not fully. Paint shells to gain a little bit of entry space. Eli Cats will clear. There is no hesitation. This is just all on to the site. Penguin for one, trying to get to two, able to correct the shots to find it. Trades are in. One more player on the site, and always who may not be noticed, but Eli Cats able to come back through and find one. And then another looking for the full ace here, and the pistol wants it. Frost Unity in trouble in the last bit of the elbow shoals. How about Eli Cats? Starts off hotter than ever. 5 for the ace, and Frostwhite are on the board.
Kind of crazy. It felt like a little bit like a death match with how Eli Cats is just running around that site and being able to, you know, go for a couple of his backstabs, but insane stuff to kick things off with a pistol round here for the Neon player. That high tempo gameplay, again, putting out on the attacking side on Haven. That is what was the downfall of Hyperspeed Golden in that first half of the first map of our series. It was me like Cats being able to, again, be in that driver's seat at the beginning of these rounds, getting past that utility and being able to catch Hyperspeed Golden off guard and absolutely frag it.
Oh, the Trailblazer bait comes through. Be like Cats able to connect. Snakebite in the corner. Up and over. Penguin able to find one. It's not a terrible opener, but the problem is the numbers are still good. The weapons are better. Frostwhite will essentially just say, fine, you can have... No, I think they actually do toggle the Outlaw all the way back. Did they get it all the way back to safety? I heard some juggling going on.
That was pistol juggling, I'm pretty sure. That Outlaw is actually going to get picked up by Ruin
Yeah,
here.
okay.
So that could be a huge difference maker. You've got 2 players who would... Actually, 3 players who are one shot to the body here with the Outlaw. This is a very winnable round here for Hyperspeed Golden to pivot into.
Don't anticipate this. Oh, shots were not clean from Rena. Paranoia Cloudzy wants to still challenge. Has the Bulldog out. Font comes through. Pushed off the angle. Satchel just to get a little bit more space, but here come the defensive Hyperspeed. Until now. Try to back up over towards tower. Ruin making good on the weapon. Oh my goodness. How important an Outlaw may have this been. Paint shells, re-earned, back over the top. Always on for the defense at the halfway. Able to get that elimination with it, but Ruin Crest. Able to find the Outlaw saying, maybe not everything you can do, I can also do if you're me like Cats, but hey, you pick up the lost weapon, turned it into a round win anti-eco situation. We'll take that.
Great response. I'm kind of surprised that they were willing to give that Outlaw up so easily. Not even like leaving, you know, maybe even just cutting noise and seeing if they would just, you know, buy the bait and try to walk up.
Yeah, for real.
Definitely punished for that decision. That's for certain. Now, Frost, I mean, the way that they like to kind of handle those buys, leaving at least one player on a pistol will afford them a Guardian into this round here in the hands of Rena.
Oh, mercy. Fang's gonna find 2. Always holding the corner. They have us in a very quick round of VALORANT here in round 3. Gets back to safety of the site. Defense gonna rotate over to assist just in case. And what was a purchase round for Frostwhite, it's pretty much already come and gone.
Trying to see if Hyperspeed Golden want to bite off anything more than they can chew, but on defense they have a very different play style. I feel like Hyperspeed Golden a bit more patient and disciplined on defense. They don't really re-aggress a lot if they don't need to, especially when
one enemy remaining.
Yeah, decent attempt for the wall bangs, but will not happen. Clean round for Hyperspeed. And that was into, again, talk about the purchase value of that round right there for Frostwhite. They will be able to full afford, yeah, they'll be able to full afford here. But it felt really punishing just in terms of now you've got a couple of regenerative armors and an operator's back into play here for Pangolin early. So it definitely feels like for Hyperspeed, hey, let's just trust the thing that worked for us most in that first map.
Operator out into mid. Not really going to have any contact there from the side of Frostwhite. A lot of respect to the space. The utility's looking to contest. I think that's a great trailblazer to force England off of the angle here as well.
Sure is. Smoke will come back through. Pang will just re-clear by simply using the D key. Boombot noticed. Deleted. Smokes will fade. Hit though, moving over towards B main. Gonna have to clear this if you are Frostwhite. Flash pop comes through, Paranoid to follow. Rune's able to get one with that, and once again, Frostwhite just not prepared for where the defense could be.
And that's the rotation to be called. Towards the safe site. Rena's had that lurk opportunity up into ramps. You do still have always watching the A main cross. Oh, just the hand to be peeking through mid there. Neelix has to go down to that operator.
Weapon seen. Rena able to find one. Snake bite, noticing the other in the corner. Always has to give up the barriers. Pardon me, the banisters up here. Balcony is another word you could use. Probably the most appropriate of the three I tried to. And that will lead to a post plant. And I like this position right here from Rena. Playing inside of the ropes. You could sit here and just kind of late lurk it, but first contact comes through its screens. Nova finds that elimination, and the pressure's on for Pangolin and Lovergirl.
Showstopper online here now as well will be popped just to deny that cross into sight here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I think a misstep had come through. England sneaking, grabs one. Viper's Pit's a big call, but you know where it is. That's the problem, is you can just spray this corner. That's the only real issue with trying to make that play happen, and that'll be a 2-2 count.
Also a little bit awkward when you just didn't have the full coverage quite yet to go for that tap either. But just a couple of small micro mistakes here inside of Hyperspeed Golden into that round. I think a really nice recovery though on the side of Frostwhite, but Hyperspeed Golden, I feel like they're looking more comfortable on split. I really like how, even though that round didn't go in their favor, I like how they were, you know, really pressuring into B main, denying that space to Frostwhite early. That was something that I think they struggled with on Haven. They're finding a lot more success right now.
Quick hit here up towards mid. In the way is Pangolin with a judge. And another little opening peek. Hyperspeed works out. Pangolin gonna be pressured, dealt with. It's just judge for judge action. Fast lane, overdrive. No one checks the corner that Lovergirl is in. But as the fast lane fades, Winter finds the trade, and it's gonna lead to a plant. Maybe.
3v3.
Actually, Ruin may try to go here. Ah, may try to go here indeed.
Spike planted.
No, the plant will come through 2v3.
Seekers are available, at least in the post.
One enemy remaining.
May not be needed. Nova. Whoa, first two are beautiful. Hear the footsteps down the Prowler to clear. Oh! Hits the shot before the Prowler connects. Oh my goodness, a 1v3 for Nova. And Frostwhite take the edge.
That was insane coming up from Nova. I don't know how that's not a Red Bull clutch, not gonna lie. Like, not popping up on our screens right now. But that was crazy. Beautiful shots, honestly. Just really well played in the micro in that situation to rescue that round there for Frostwhite, because the collapse was looking really good from Hyperspeed Golden. Now, it's put them in a position where they've got a half buy coming into this round. Yes, there is the overdrive available here for Runecrest, so something to look out for as a potential difference maker into this round.
Bring them down.
And you also do have one from the Rolling Thunder here for Cross Unity as well.
Well, feel out. It's going to put some pressure on this Hyperspeed defense that's playing a little isolated. Flash comes through. There's the C. Spam shots. Tag, and Rena eventually finishes things off. Also sees the shoulder of Pangolin and takes a little bit off of the health pool there, too. The spike is not a part of this play. It does free up the offense with that triple stack defense at B main. Oh, they're going to hear some footsteps here as they make their way over to ropes. So this is going to be a crash onto the A site. Lots of pressure over to Penguin.
I like this crunch, ensuring that they're comfortably veering into heaven. Penguins on a total island right now. Still able to find one.
Not bad.
Not quite a second.
Yeah, 1.5.
Here we go.
Reyna backs off. Overdrive out. Reyna going to give her a little bit of space here. But the whole hit is making its way over towards screens. Cloudsy gets out of dodge. But is that too far? Let's see. Winter? No, Winter's got it. Winter's got it. Ice cold on the A site. Little mini 1v3 right there for Winter. 4-2 the count for Frostwhite, who now have hyperspeed. Hurting a little bit. Not fully financially, but a little bit.
Yeah, it's just that consistent pressure, you know, knowing that each round after you are able to muster up a buy, there's a possibility of if you have that round lost, you might not be able to buy into the next round, have that thrifty have to come through. Timeout to be called here by Hyperspeed Golden. A bit of a conversation of how they want to manage this round, considering that Rolling Thunder is up and available. And Winter is nearly into that showstopper once again, just 2 away. So definitely a high chance and possibility that that ultimate does come to fruition here for Frostwhite here in round 7. But it's been tough. I think we saw some really cool stuff from Hyperspeed Golden, them being able to take that second round and eco the likes of Frostwhite to be able to get those 2 rounds to kick things off. But again, once rifles have fully come into play on the side of Frostwhite, it feels very similar to that Haven, where it felt like they were very in control of that pacing, how they wanted to handle that attacking side, the space that they were looking to take, being very comfortable for them here as well, especially with that double flag.
All right. Rolling Thunder, do you use this to take space or re-clear space? Surely to re-clear space.
Yeah, they got a mid-trap play.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a lot of focus, really from both teams on mid right here. Oh, this is just the fault line to start. Yeah, we'll come through, and that is a lifesaver for Ruin, who turns that into a double, but Nova, last one standing way outside of the range of the fault line, is able to counteract things. So we get to the 3v3 after all things are said and done. This contact could be huge, always is seen at tower, and Reyna is not going to repeat.
Really like how she doesn't even opt to go for that fight. It's the pressure is enough right now. You see the rotation being called here by Cross Unity. You have that mid control now being re-cleared by that Trailblazer, actually showing that presence. I don't know if Lover Girl actually heard that, but the rotation being called back, not expecting Reyna to have re-aggressed. It was all a ruse. Actually might end towards the safe site.
What?
Spike down.
Always. Just before the Poison Cloud comes through, is able to find 2, trying to reset now for possibly a 3rd. Reyna forcing it and gets punished for that. Oh, mercy. Talk about just being at the right moment at the exact right time. That Poison Cloud comes through, but you still see everything you need to. Oh, goodness.
That timing was so unlucky there for Frostwhite. It's actually crazy. And it being a lineup, too, of the 2 players to just take them down. After it felt like Reyna had so much impact with the space she was able to take there on a incredible punishment. And what a way to also, you know, take the map back into your hands with that win off the back of the timeout. On top of that, I know that wasn't, you know, the timeout was not discussing that play coming through from always, but it does feel good to feel rewarded with a round after you do have that moment where you take a break to chat with your team, figure out what's been going wrong, and maybe not even like a figure out what's going wrong kind of situation, but also the possibility of sometimes comms get a little chaotic. You need to ground yourselves a little bit. But yeah, Shift, we're just waiting for a player to get back into the server with a little DC that has occurred, hence the technical pause that we're taking right now. But Hyperspeed Golden, they got away with that, still preserving that Rolling Thunder too. Yeah, really clean, and I think it's just, yeah, you take advantage of just the moment right there, but I think that's just an indication of the differences so far from Hyperspeed in this half
compared to what we had seen defensively, especially on Haven, where, you know, it just felt like both teams were just getting really unmeasured and over aggressive on the outsides of the map. We really haven't seen that yet. I mean, if we were to classify Hyperspeed's aggression, it is by definition measured. They're not pushing past B main. They're not really overstepping past A ramps. They're not doing anything without help at mid. It's much more coordinated outside of, like, again, I will have dreams about this, maybe nightmares, about that C-long push on the defensive side for Hyperspeed where they threw in the Rolling Thunder, they threw all this stuff at it, and it's just like, we're trying to overwhelm by numbers and not by smarts, and it's like, okay, you can work smarter or you can work harder, and right now it feels like they're working smarter in how they're playing the defensive side of the map.
Yeah, definitely took away, I think, from some of those mistakes that were made on Haven. A bit of the overcommitment in a lot of those moments too, especially with how we've seen the rotations coming in here from both teams. A couple more mind games, it feels like, in this map of split. Trailblazer to go out to clear up the close corners, not to find anything in defense.
Let's just tally the positions right now that the Fade and the Breach are playing. They're playing a little bit of contact. There's not going to be a lot of opportunity to react and then immediately call in things like a Nightfall, or especially a Rolling Thunder. But of course, I say that as the defense starts to showstopper out. Ping will take a little bit of damage off of that, but the Bucky is still in a position that can be difficult to deal with, and that's why try to double peek it. That doesn't work. Play towards B main is stopped. Rena on the lurk is stopped. Cloudsy will be found at best. Really good from Hyperspeed.
I'm out of here. It really feels like they're a little bit more confident as well with how they're handling these fights too after that timeout. I mean, we did see, you know, the set plays, we've seen the trap plays out from Hyperspeed Golden on the defense, even in those previous rounds, but the way that they're taking these fights, it feels like something's just shifted a little bit in the vibes of the team in a good way. Now, for Frostwhite, they're on this eco. You do have Seekers to work with here. They're going to go for this numbers play over towards that A site, but called it that Rolling Thunder before. If it goes for a fast flood, there's a world where everything could be halted by Frost.
Oh, here we go. Here's the attack right through the fast lane. Ruin, able to deal with it. Cross right there with them.
Down A.
And granted, this is save round, all intents and purposes for Frostwhite, but still. Nice shot. That'll get some confidence boosted to Ping. And Ruin will finish things off cleanly. Wow. Hyperspeed. Flawless round. 5-4 up as we approach halftime.
Go, go, go. You know what? This is already, you know, generally better than how Hyperspeed fares on defense on split. We put a lot of weight on how this first half was going to look and how that set Hyperspeed Golden up for the remainder of this series, considering that Frost were able to take their map pick of Haven. Frostwhite now forced into a timeout of their own after losing 3 rounds in a row in response to their own 3 rounds. You have Seekers, again, as mentioned previously, and then for Hyperspeed Golden, Frost Unity still hasn't had to use that Rolling Thunder, something that Frost are going to constantly have to keep in mind, and just the existence of that ultimate alone is something that's absolutely going to be changing their game plan on how they want to kind of handle these rounds going forward.
Yeah, absolutely the case. I would have to figure on approach here, Seekers will probably come out early just to get an idea in terms of how many defenders we're dealing with on site, and if one of the two may give some intention that it's, you know, either the Neon or especially Cross with the Rolling Thunder. That would give you a help in terms of, are we actually committing to the execute before we actually hit the go button? But other than that, it feels like Hyperspeed definitely have the advantage in how they've played defense to this point. So Frostwhite will need to mix things up. And I like the idea of trying to get some B main control. We haven't really seen that a lot in the last 4 or 5 rounds.
Toxins going up.
TP on in. No contention thus far, despite the deep smoke that was already thrown and invested here. I love a girl.
Toxins going up.
Playing with the wall over towards A to try to keep the attention set. But Ping has not missed much with this operator.
I've got your trail.
This is there. Snake Bite's gonna come through. Already pushing out those melee cats. That is just no way you count. Oh, good follow-up. Nearly misses, but now the Viper's Pit is in. Rolling Thunder comes out, but is that enough space to get through the Viper's Pit? Feels like a little bit of a waste, and yeah, it definitely feels that way. Smoke is out, Cloudzy retreats. Serena able to hold the line of the Viper's Pit. I do not love that Rolling Thunder. Timing, positioning.
If you see one of my creatures,
Not a fan. Not a fan of that one.
Yeah, it feels like it would have been more potent off the back of a spike tap and then maybe a drop from heaven instead of trying to funnel through CT through the pit. But all is said and done into that round, right? I think Hyperspeed Golden, they're going to be leaning into a bit more of that mid control and pressure here as well. Something that I think Frostwhite has been pushing the issue on previously. We haven't really seen a full mid fight just yet, so it should be the first time.
Well, here we go. Viper's Pit. This blocks A, forces the battle mid, and the battle is won. Use our overlay. I'll be back in a minute, I'm sure.
One down.
Yep. Cannot just walk into a Viper's Pit for free. One does not simply cross the lands into Mordor.
Oh, this is getting weird. I like this reposition coming out from Hyperspeed Golden. The fact that Pangolin has managed to narrowly escape. They're looking for them right now, and then it's the wrap back towards mid, looking to regroup with the team. And Hyperspeed Golden have a very good understanding of where these Frost players have to be. It should be that A site, 48 seconds on the clock. Trying to bait with these smokes, but the spike's still not going to move towards that site quite yet. Very reliant on Cloudzy finding some sort of pick. Hyperspeed are going to be really disciplined in this 4v2.
They just do not want to give away the 4v2 here. That's the big
30
key.
seconds left.
Don't get surprised in the Viper's Pit. Force these guys to have to make a weird play. Cloudsy's going to maybe try to... There's no way you push out of it.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I was trying to catch someone off guard, I suppose, but it doesn't really work out. Hyperspeed get to 6.
Round in the half.
And Frostwhite, will they purchase? Yeah, they're good enough to purchase. Wasn't sure if the money was going to be good enough. And the overdrive will be all that's really on the table here for possibly both our Deons. For sure for Ruin Crest, though.
Here.
It's a nice adjustment in the last round there for Hyperspeed Golden now. Operator leaning towards this B side of the map. Cloudzy is going to be the only person outside of B. Unlikely to see the aggression come through, but mostly just see, you know, what's going on there. Forced to Shrouded step out based off of the paranoia that was thrown out.
Calm buddy out.
That's a very early paranoia, though, off the table. So it's going to force, it's going to force Hyperspeed to have to play aggressive at A. Because you won't have it for reclear. Oh, let's see. Lots of space gained.
Yeah. It's a really good reaction. They know they've lost that mid control. They're trying to get a bit of that information wherever possible.
It's just so tough not having a paranoia. So you have to play contest. You can't play retake, really. At least Cross still has all their utility ready to go. Lovergirl pushed off from tower. Here comes the pressure onto Pang. You're still with the hit once. It's not bad, considering the op was stranded on site. How about this from Cats? Oh, but do you expect the player in the corner? Not so much. Cloudzy with the plant. Ruin trying to make their way back over with Always. Overdrive for the retake? Sure. Prowler clears tower. Winter would have to go galactic in that position to hold that off. There's the overdrive. And shredded is Rena. Cloudzy for 1. Not going to get more than that. Winter does find 1 up top. Finding a second, but the overdrive is able to deal with the remaining health pool. It'll be a 7-5 half for Hyperspeed.
They've got to be more than happy with that. This is a huge improvement from what we've seen previously on split from Hyperspeed Golden. And looking a lot more comfortable on that defense now. Shifting onto the attacking side as well. We've already seen what Ruin can do when it comes down to being able to control that tempo. And they're the raid boss heading into split. 19-7 to start out the first half of the matchup. And then Pangolin was also so annoying on those flank watches for Frost to be dealing with there as well, especially once that operator got online. Curious to see if Frost will still go for that kind of aggression that they've kind of cemented as their identity on Haven, or if it'll be a bit of a change in the plan here. I feel like we definitely will see glimpses of it, but I don't think they'll get nearly as aggressive as they did on that Haven map.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same ball game here. Like, legitimately, for what Frostwhite did on defense, you could say the same thing that Hyperspeed did, talking about Haven in particular. Like, both teams wanted to get aggressive early. Didn't really work out. Split doesn't afford the luxury to even really have that option as much, and I imagine that Frostwhite's probably going to have a very similar defensive idea that Hyperspeed did, of let's contest, but let's not go too far. So we'll see if there will be more of that and who just does it better. Will something different be constructed? Poison Cloud blocks out towards main. Oh, big lockdown here. Paranoia to follow. This is aggressive, to say it plainly. And that'll be full mid control going over to Frostwhite. You can hear the sewer steps coming back through. And Hyperspeed will have to commit to either pushing up ramps or pushing through this dark cover.
Making that ramps control really nicely done to get the initial pick here. And then also Cloudsy actually being able to get two. I thought Cloudsy was actually going to fall in that situation in a 2v1. 5 HP has the spike down in hand. I'm out of here.
That is a huge double. Ruin trying to go quickly. Shut down by one shot of the melee cat. Flash comes through, and that will do it. That is unbelievable from Cloudsy. With a classic, 2 players running right at you, to have the patience and just the wherewithal to keep your aim steady, to take down 2, one of which is the spike here. That changes everything. Pistol goes to Frostwhite.
I'm kind of confused though as to why the spike was pathing that way in the first place. Like, you had such heavy mid presence, you know that the rotation through vents is going to be quick on the side of Frostwhite. And with the fact that they showed at least 3 players into mid, you're expecting only really 1 on A maximum in that scenario. Anti-eco now here for Frostwhite. Winter will get the first, absolutely shut down.
Follow-up flash gives an opportunity to shut down Lover Girl, who's stuck, has to teleport away. Pangolin gets 1 through mail. I feel like Cats wants the challenge with the judge. Help nearby, but there's just no way you guard that. I mean, that's unguardable.
I'm out of here.
This position here for Lover Girl could be a huge difference maker, being able to maintain the lobby control.
Here we go. Always will drop. Oh, Blossom will get 1 from backside screens, making a second off the teleport, looking for the 3rd almost, but Winter was there to help anyways. So Frostwhite will take the anti-eco, and they will hold, what? Judge and Outlaw? We're going to stick with that, it looks like, for the bonus. Nope, going to switch it for Bulldog instead.
Tying things up 7-7. Credits to Cross for those shots at the very least. There was a world where I was like, okay.
Yeah.
If she hits this one on Nova, like the 1v4, the dream is on. The dream is real, but shut down now for Frostwhite. That Outlaw is going to have quite a bit of potency into this round. You look at the shields on Pangolin, Cross, and Lover Girl. They're all one shot.
Yeah. Well, here we go, right off the get-go. Early concussions and stuns and everything else thrown over towards B main. Paint shells to follow, so the re-clear for Frostwhite will work out. And you've already got Rena in a position to hear everything. Oh, nice follow-up as well. That's going to be a huge shutdown Guardian on the ground. That'll be picked up by Melee Cats. And you can just keep your numbers now, honestly. You don't have to worry about trying to contest this spike plant necessarily. Just make sure you hold down some positions. And Rena's going to hold down A ramps. It's actually huge considering that Rena's only got a classic.
Yeah, especially the retake into A lobby as well. Trailblazer clearing all that information out. The reaction from Hyperspeed Golden is going to be to take screens.
Well, like Cats, uses that Guardian to good success. 5v3. Always backside screens, hearing a lot. Judge coming through. Ruin able to find a couple, but zapped away by Melee Cats, who's already got the overdrive. Zip, zap, zoom, zap, zoom, zap, zip. Easy. 7-7. Make it 7-8.
That's a bonus round there for Frostwhite. Like, they take control of B main. That was an incredible call. Like, such a good read The fact that it ends up being into the stack of Hyperspeed Golden forces them to fully run away with Rina and walk down mid to get that information early on so the rotation can come through for that fast flood and retake into A main. Really nicely done. Now, Hyperspeed Golden, they are just one away from that overdrive for Ruin. So there is a world where that Phantom can be tossed over to another player if that Neon ultimate does come to fruition into this round. Another timeout to be called here by Hyperspeed, looking to discuss, or maybe even just, you know, bring things down back to earth a little bit after a crazy round like that they unfortunately had slip away out of their hands.
Okay. This is a very, very important decision right here in terms of what Hyperspeed want to do aggression-wise, because if you can bully off a weapon, very winnable, especially considering you already have the ability to afford a Phantom, and really it's Ruin playing off the idea that you're going to have an overdrive next round no matter what. Cross could potentially earn something like a Rolling Thunder. Same could be said for Always. So there's going to be some decision here, I think, early about orb control. Can we get someone one away? And then if so, can we bully someone out, get a weapon, maybe get a kill, earn one of those 2 ultimates, give us some staying power. And looks like there's going to be a battle for B.
Yep. It seems like Frostbite have read exactly into what you were just saying here, Jeff. Not looking to allow this orb to be gathered nearly as easily. Here. Trying to pressure it with the deep one way.
Poison's off. Poison orb emitting.
Well, how about this from Rina? This is so bold. Brawler avoided. Always heard on the cross. The dark cover recontains mid in a certain way. Teleport over. This is so good from Rina. What a good decision on timing. And now you've got everyone in front of you. So well played. You do give up some top tower control, but that's going to be aware. Winter, corner. See anything? Yeah. But the swing is decent. You like Cat's right there with them. Hold on a second. Nova, hello? Left click? Nova?
Last player standing.
Nova? What just happened?
Things got really weird there. Things got awkward. Things got really weird there. Like, I didn't see the amount of bullets in that Vandal for whoever was on the other side of Nova in that cross, but the weapon swap as well, just not being able to actually pull the gun out in time. Paranoia available.
I need to know what happened to Nova right there. I mean, you're set up for the perfect crossfire. It looked like Nova was just kind of stuck in utility, I hope? Like, I didn't see a single shot come from Nova, though, and that should have been an easy trade. And how important that trade would have been, because now it's 8-8 instead of what could have been 9-7.
Yeah.
And Hyperspeed is well and kicking behind Ruin taking over this map.
It's crazy, the impact of Ruin. Like, almost out of 30 bomb into this map, 27 and 10. Honestly, the main reason, aside from Rina, that... I'm sorry. The main reason, aside from Pangolin, that Hyperspeed are even in this game right now.
Yeah, so true. Well, patience here for Hyperspeed and full purchase. Pangolin holding the Outlaw into the round. Always with the Nightfall available. Spray battle over the smoke. And wow, Lover Girl just gets completely overwhelmed. Winter just jumping in front. That'll be a good first blood 5v4 early.
Shadows traveling.
Got an insert into vents here though for Ruin.
Take it out. Face your fear.
Nova makes up for it there. Nightfall still gets committed to offensively to get back into tower though. Odd call, especially considering that there's no one even looking onto site. There have been a couple ults from Hyperspeed that I've just been like, okay, but like why? The Rolling Thunder backside B into the Viper's pit? Why? That Nightfall feels kind of like another walk.
The Nightfall I'm not mad about. I think the Nightfall was actually okay. It was just to ensure that they could get the information on ramps so that while Ruin was scaling, they wouldn't have to go and check ramps to see if there was like a backstab and could fully focus in tower. So I do think it was good information to find that nobody was there and that Ruin could continue to scale up in that kind of sense. But then there was just the weird part for me was the lack of awareness of maybe the positioning of players in backside.
Yeah, if we're not getting a reveal off of it, we're just, I don't know, it just feels like we could have done that a different way, and especially in a 3v5, feels a little aggressive.
Poison's off.
First time that we're seeing Frostwhite walk down with no utility. Uncontested so far, but you can see Hyperspeed Golden ready to reclear.
Anyone revealed by that? No. Deleted, but that's enough information for Hyperspeed to say, oh, all right, well, not interested in that. So the first time we've seen Frostbite really pull something aggressive. Cloudsy's been red. Defense is still hanging at middle. So it's all about can Cloudsy get out of here? And yes, they can. All the way back over towards dirt. Re-wrap up to tower on the way. And Seekers will be spent first. Winter going to make the first move. And actually, the paint shells come through. They've got Showstopper now. Can you get an opportunity to find a read? But Pinstripe kill feed gets us to a 3v3. Sight still on the way. Cloudsy able to find one. Trailblazer coming through on the backside of the pillar. And that's good for Cloudsy's third. One more in Pangolin to find. And as the smoke drops, Rena able to tally the elim. And now we've got double digits for Frostwhite.
Really nice fast blood there from Frostwhite. Understanding that that Rolling Thunder was going to be proc to be used, but he wanted to get ahead of it. He knew that he wouldn't be able to cover all ground when it comes down to the two lanes that they were looking to fully retake from. Double digits. Now, Hyperspeed Golden have only been able to find a singular round thus far on the attack. And these retakes have been looking really comfortable here for Frostwhite. I feel like Hyperspeed Golden, you know, they are expecting a little bit more of that aggression to be coming through at times from Frostwhite, which we have seen here and there. But the change in pace and approach to the defensive side, I feel like has them maybe a little bit puzzled.
Yeah, I agree. Well, this is not going to be a fun round. You like Cat's able to find first blood. Tallied some damage on the way out, but taking down Ruin is like taking down the raid boss, and you're gonna get a little bit of overheal. So, 2 rifles, a Bucky, and a Sheriff is what's available here in the 4v5 for Hyper. You wall about to fall. Everyone's like, yeah, give me out of here.
That gave me goosebumps.
Give me out of here.
Crazy timing on the wall drop. Look at the stack though from Frostwhite.
Yeah. Until more time goes away, there's no way that they're not here. That's what this call is. And they're going to re-wrap through A ramp. I love this. Would not expect it if you're Hyperspeed. Wall drops.
Spike planted.
Easy first. You don't even really get the info that there's one here. Now the outlaw shots will indicate that there's more. Relay bolt. Paranoia comes through. Relay catches diving to be a distraction. Last player at the elbow and Lover Girl will drop. Pangolin is late to the party. Spike is
Pangolin has a Bucky.
Not planted for them. That's problematic. These will come through, and the kill will also follow in tow. 11-8 the count.
Yeah, that's tough. Smoke on the spike just makes it that much harder to try and land those shots with the Sheriff. No. But, okay, overdrive available here for Ruin Crest. Huge ultimate, I think, to be a difference maker here for Hyperspeed Golden with how on fire this player has been throughout the entirety of Split. But it's really tough too when I feel like so much of your, not to take away from the macro that we're seeing from Hyperspeed Golden, but so much of your success has been relying just on really going crazy.
Overdrive out. Flash trying to get some space. Runepress trying to follow behind this. Overdrive will connect with Lover Girl. So the raw aggression will work out shorty from Eli Cat's holdings for now.
Spike planted.
And this may be a back off, see if we can kind of reset a little bit here. Everyone trying to find an individual 1v1 win first. Late wall comes through, but Rena knows where it's coming from. So this is about timing. Oh my. That's good for the first. Here comes the help.
Satchel out.
Cross in the corner. Satchel pushes them off the angle, but snake fight through. Not gonna matter. Top shot hits Relay Cats, but yeah, there's now no way. So we get to 9 if you're hyperspeed, and we'll reset and go again.
Don't get shot. Gotta go.
Nicely done with the tempo change there from hyperspeed Golden. I like the change of pace. Going for that hard execution. Ruin manages to hit the 30 here in that KDA as well. Now, Frost White, and looking for a more aggressive peek into A main with how they're posturing into this choke point. But again, when you also have a breach on the side of Cross Unity waiting on the other side, it can get a little bit funky and a bit tough to fight into these lanes.
Well, Ruin, right through the stun, still finds the first blood. Paint shells comes through. That'll split the offense just a touch. A ramp pressure still being established, though. Relay Cats being down, and someone else has to step up. And Reyna trying to hold the angle will be shut down. Same for Winter. So it looks like hyperspeed was going to get to 10 here, and that's going to put some financial concern into the conversation next after this next round for Frostwhite. Although, wow, Cloudsy almost gets a double right there. Not that it would have made too much of a difference. It's still a 1v5 nonetheless.
A bit more damage at the very least. Ruin.
Yeah, I'll say.
Shadows traveling.
I like this walkout smoke to put that additional pressure here as well, but also offers an opportunity for the reposition for hyperspeed.
It's the teleport. Not going to be able to find Cross. 1 round game. Rolling Thunder, Viper's Pit at the ready. Always close to a nightfall. Other side, it's just the overdrive. Nothing else is really all that close. Full purchase will be available here for Frostwhite, but it's an op on the table for Pangolin. We know what they can do with that.
Okay, we've seen Frostwhite show that aggression early on a couple times now. I want to see them returning back into that more bunkered playstyle where, you know, they might show a bit of aggression into the early round, but look to fall back into safer positions. Unfortunately, a little self-stun gonna come through, and nobody's gonna be home here on that A site. Rolling Thunder invested, not catching anyone out. And again, those retakes, that's where Frost have really shown.
Flash comes through. Pang still able to find the shot on the Relay Cats. Getting pressured. Snakebite gonna give the angle back away. You either need to choose to chase this or leave it right now if you're Frostwhite. They're gonna leave it. You gotta clear this corner, and they will this time. Always. 1 away from nightfall. Not gonna get it this round. Winter, next one over. Able to find the little connection as the teleport gets Lover Girl away from the battle. Is able to find 2. Gives an opportunity to Pangolin out of the 1v1. Nova gonna try to get on halfway. First shot misses. Nova pulls off. Shorty out. Does not hit. And that's gonna be match point to Frostwhite.
Really nice repo there from Nova. A great collapse onto site. I think, again, it's so crazy to see, you know, the fake from the shadows there from Lover Girl. The cancel into getting a pick was really nicely done as far as trying to make some sort of play happen. But you said match point here and series point for the side of Frostwhite in this elimination game between them and Hyperspeed Golden. They have the opportunity to take this series in a 2-0, keep their Swiss stage dreams alive, and knock Hyperspeed out. Hyperspeed, they only have 2 rounds to try and take it to overtime and make an attempt to take us to Lotus.
Yeah, Relay Cats got the knock on here for the defense. Nightfall, very similar to how the last round went with the Rolling Thunder. We're gonna get on to A, but this feels a little, I feel a little deja vu right now. It's gonna be a very similar clear.
You still have that Viper's Pit, but nowhere on site to be actually utilized.
Oh, we're gonna use it over at ramp. The overdrive comes through. Pangolin will survive through it, and Nova trying to follow will also drop. Reyna though, whoa, spam comes through, finds the elimination. Cloudsy another to the 3v3. Paint Shell's trying to clear out the backside of the site. Paranoia getting some re-entry involved. Hyperspeed playing the back of the site. Cross wins the first one. Here comes the next battle. Winter, Reyna still holding this quarter. Lover Girl gives it up in one time. Oh, and then they've got utility out just now to always 1v1. Time becoming a bit of an issue here on the spike. Got to find it or get to halfway right here, right now. Winter finds the connection. There's not enough time. 12-11.
Absolutely insane stall there from Hyperspeed Golden to deny that retake. I think that was crazy. I like how they were trying to really contest that A main control because they make the connection finally. But that's where Frostwhite really focuses their energy when trying to flood back into that site. But things got also really close for comfort there. Now, Frostwhite, at the very least, going to be on this really awful bye heading into this final round before overtime, getting a lot more hope here at Hyperspeed Golden. Viper's Pit comes out early on towards a main. Hyperspeed want none of it. They're going to fully back off. We still do have Seekers in the hands of Nova into this round here as well.
A lot of precaution for Frostwhite to make sure nobody pushed through that Viper's Pit as it was coming up. Snakebite, Boombot also spent there. And they're going to try to re-clear it? Into the face of stingers and shotguns?
Yeah. I like the timing on that Trailblazer. It gets the information of one into sewers, but no one else home yet. Less so about actually re-clearing into the pit, but trying to, I think, maybe take this ramp's control.
Boxing screen down.
Rena's the only player with a rifle right now, fully on an island on it.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. Oh, timing here is unbelievable from Winter. Cloudsy connects the backside of the site. There's no chance. A couple of spam shots after the paranoia comes through, but the trade is through.
30 seconds left.
Seeker's going to scout out where this exit is. Showstopper for Winter, trying to go up and over. No one in the corner. Finds the angle. Nova gets one. It's just down to the last. It's cross unity for a 1v2 to try to save the hopes and dreams of Hyperspeed Gold. Catch information onto one. Nova, hello? Just down to Winter, who finds a rifle, but is very low on health. Only 3 shots, though, to cross. It doesn't need more than that. Oh, the Red Bull clutch comes through, and we're going to extras.
Really nicely played there by Cross to take it to overtime, keep Hyperspeed Golden alive in this series. But kind of wild when you consider how that matchup was going at first, you know? In that last round, it really looked like Frost were about to close out 2-0, but the reaction, really nicely done. Great reach, Util. Now, Hyperspeed Golden, we finally see some of these players coming to life a little bit more. A bit of help here for Ruin, heating up into this map of Split, right down to the wire.
Okay. It'll be Hyperspeed on the defensive side to start.
Shadows traveling. Stay in sight.
Defense obviously has been. Both teams have really found preference. Nova's going to get a lot of clearance over through A ramps though with that Trailblazer. It'll give some space for Rena to work with. But the B main play, that's what I was going to say. There's been a lot of tribulation surrounding this particular part of the map for Frostwhite on the offense, and they're going to clear and then just kind of walk back, it looks like. Maybe just try to put some pressure at mid.
Yeah, I think the reclear is really important with how both of these teams have really favored that B main crossfire as well, ensuring that it doesn't get set up. Hitting the minute mark on the clock now. Boombot through the poison orb into mid side. Great snake bite to deny the scale up. It's about regrouping.
Looks like Rena's done enough to pull some distraction defensively over to A. Lumber's going to see the cross, taking a lot of damage here. Tons of damage, actually. And oh no, Pangolin, what are we looking at? So now Be Like Cats comes back in, finds Lover at half HP. And a huge advantage here for Frostwhite. 5v3. Quick contest. Actually on the cards here, but no, Ruin doesn't wait for the flash. Cross gets one luckily through the smoke, but in a 4v2 with Rena up top, this would be a really tough retake.
Yeah, it would have to be a lot of mistakes from Frost for this to even come anywhere close to a win here for Hyperspeed.
Well, Cross is now one away from Rolling Thunder. Hold on a second.
One enemy
Rena shows some pressure. And now it's just on a cross, and there's nowhere for them to go. So Frostwhite take the edge in the first OT. Back to series point again.
Switching sides. Match point.
Frostwhite on the defense. Series point, like you were talking about. I've seen a lot of that aggression that's come through. They favored those plays, especially B and mid, where I think they found the most success with the aggression. The A main pushes haven't really gone in their favor for the most part, but Hyperspeed Golden using their final timeout here. A singular one that they get in overtime. Have a bit of a conversation of how they can push this to a second OT.
I'm not sure what you call right here, because the last 2 rounds that we saw from them on the offensive side were Rolling Thunder to A and then Nightfall to A. Very similar designs. The Nightfall one barely working out. So I have to feel like you want to try to put some setup over towards B, kind of in the same way that Frostwhite just did to you. You know, use the Neon to the best of their ability to take away 90% of the site just by getting into the backside of screens there. So we'll see.
We're definitely on the same page with that, I think. We've seen, you know, the high tempo play over towards the A site. I think that changing that tempo was a nice shift in look here from Hyperspeed Golden, but realistically, their B site has not been that strong. So I think that you're considering, you know, the fact that it's mostly just been Cloudsy alone at B, it should be an easy way to come easily to play around the island, especially with that paint shells already being utilized in mid. A lot of investment. Paranoia down. Boombot as well to already re-clear into mail, and with nothing being found there, we're looking for information outside of A. They hear the Trailblazer, and it's not gonna spot out the players here in
Rena. Whoa, what a reaction! Oh my gosh. A snap that would have Thanos blush, possibly, right there. As Hyperspeed is now crawling. 3v5. Rena may have just won the series with that double. Oh, what timing. Yeah,
I
what
say
timing.
Defenders win.
The second I open my mouth, shift. It's the pop flash through. You talked about how Rena was the potential reason why that series could close, and she ends up being the one to close it with the 4K here as well. Frostwhite eliminate Hyperspeed Golden with a win. Gotta give credit though, Shift, I think, to Hyperspeed Golden for how they did try to come back into this series.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I mean, it was a tough series, and it was a tight series, and it was a fun series for a lot of reasons. Of course, there's a lot of mistakes, but you kind of expect that when you're dealing with two teams that have struggled to get over the finish line in any of their series to this point. But I mean, I'll tell you, I thought the adjustments that have Hyperspeed were really well designed. It just came down in the moments where we get reduced numbers. That's where we often see the most amount of mistakes. Or if an execute goes wrong and we're pulling back, what does plan B and plan C look like? How do we reset up those those identities? And it didn't really feel like Hyperspeed quite had that, even though it obviously felt like the Neons also controlled a lot of the conversation for this series. So great stuff through and through. For Hyperspeed, it is farewell. For the side of Frostwhite, pretty darn impressive. Still fighting for a chance to experience a little bit more game changers. They have to pull off a miracle run to get their 4 wins in a row. We'll be back after the break with our post-game breakdown and, of course, our Verizon post-match interview. Be right back. Welcome back. We have our first team eliminated after that most recent matchup. Hyperspeed Golden done and dusted. Whereas for Frostwhite, impressive to be able to kind of keep up some of the pressure, find a way to exit both maps just narrowly, as we had to overtime in our most recent one. 14-12 the count. Post-plant setups, the big indicator here. 6 out of 8 for Frostwhite, only 5 out of 10 for Hyperspeed. And you kind of were talking about that quite a bit. The backside of that Hyperspeed attacking half, that it just never really felt they could hold those retakes from happening.
Yeah, it was really late into the series, I think, when they finally realized that the answer was, okay, we need to be a bit more aware of that A main retake space, because that's where Frostwhite was constantly finding their success, retaking through a ramp, even catching players off guard, not looking towards A main, forget just the fast flood that was coming through. I think that it was really nicely done here from Frostwhite, but again, a lot of credit to Hyperspeed for really keeping themselves in this map and in this series with timeouts that were being called, the success that we found off the back of them as well, and the different ideas that they were trying to throw it into the server, because it wasn't all, you know, rinse and repeat. We saw, you know, those shifts coming in. I almost wonder, Shift, I think when we talked to Sarah earlier after that SRG game, she mentioned how GC, it comes down to the micro a lot of the time, like who's mechanically on top in the game on the day. And it felt like for Hyperspeed Golden, there was a world where we could have gone to Lotus, because the team really just took a long time to heat up, aside from Ruin and Pangolin on split. And if they were kind of stepping on the gas a little bit earlier on, could have been a different story.
Yeah, I like that call. I mean, it's just, this whole series was determined by the Neons. It felt like map 1 was definitely that, map 2 almost definitely that. And with that in mind, who knows what that means in terms of the future. Good news is we've got our Verizon post-match interview. What am I even saying? Cloudsy, welcome to the stream, welcome to the broadcast. Congratulations on finding the team's first win in Game Changer Swiss this stage. Kind of take me through, you know, a little bit of the team, because we don't get a chance to see you lot all the time here on the broadcast. So kind of take us through the squad and like what was clicking for you guys today.
I mean, today was, I think we just, again, it's one of those days where you're back against the wall, right? Being 0-3 is something we don't want. It's not a situation anyone wants to be in. So we came with the mentality of like, we have to play, we have to show up, we have to do what we've been doing. I think for a while we were overcomplicating a lot of things, and today we just like, this week of scrims, we were just kind of like, keep it simple, right? And we really showed that today. I think there's still a lot of room for improvement, but we showed up today. We won the games that mattered.
You definitely did. Congratulations on making your Swiss stage run, you know, continue to push forward. And I'm kind of wondering, I want to take it back to that Haven map, because you guys started up 9-3 on that map and looked so confident, you know, on that attacking side. And things started to slip away into the second half. Hyperspeed Golden really came alive on attack. Could you talk to me a little bit about what the comms were like for you guys to be able to close that map out after it felt like Hyperspeed really started to take that momentum, and how you guys kind of dealt with that to ensure you could get the win?
Yeah, I mean, we really started rushing rounds, I think was the big thing. We put ourselves in a lot of retake situations that we didn't need to be in, and just kind of, I don't know, gave a lot of really bad ones early. And so it really came down to Chompy, or being like Cats and Rena, stepping up and saying like, hey guys, we gotta play more discipline. Like, we know we're better than them, but we have to play discipline. We have to keep that, you know, standard of play, you know, where we want it. And I think it was just a round where everything fell into place, and Rena had that beautiful like hold down and window. Yeah. But yeah, it was I stuck the bomb. I did my job.
I like that calm, because we were talking a lot on the broadcast about using the phrase like measured aggression. It just felt like, especially on Haven, really both sides were just getting like to this point of over challenging, over pushing, over regressing, and then we get to split, and it feels like everyone, the map kind of leads you to believe like we have to stop here. Did that also kind of help you guys out quite a bit? Because it definitely felt like that was the case, where it's like we can take the space that we're allowed to, but let's not wander into like unknown territory. It felt like.
Yeah, we really didn't want to, you know, find ourselves on an island where, magic, like, you know, we heard some pressure A, but maybe you like walk through B main or something, but and they all come back, and you know, it's just one person going down. It's numbers disadvantage instantly. I think it was the same kind of tune. They kept taking that A space, and we were just like, okay, give them sight, just hold the heavens, hold off. we can play retake from here. It's a map that allows you to do that. So I think we did a really good job of it took a couple comms from Chompy and Arena again to just be like, hey, take your time for the love, just for the love of everything, take your time. And I think we took it OT, and it wasn't a great spot to be in, but we did it. We closed it out. We had the rounds that mattered, and I think just as the match went on, we looked better and better, and just learned from our mistakes.
That's really good. That's really commendable. I think my question for you is also, I know that when it comes down to you guys formulating the team and whatnot, you have a couple of subs on deck, and I'm sure that probably due to scheduling, whatever it may be, there's that necessity to have to swap players in and out. And I know that makes it kind of like more difficult to like really synergize with a team. Could you walk me through what you guys do as far as being able to ensure that every player that is stepping into a match is up to date with your protocols and what you guys actually want to get done on the day?
Yeah, I mean, we made the decision after going 0-2 to make some changes to the roster with our subs. And so we brought in Chompy and Rena. For starters, I want to say Amy and Noli were two pivotal pieces towards what got us to our Swiss stage. And I don't think I'll ever, not give them their flowers for what they did and who they are as players. I think they're phenomenal, both of them. But there needed to be a culture shift within the team. And so, there was a decision made, and I myself was on the chopping block because it was truly just we needed to figure out something that would work. And Rena is a familiar face to us, was our coach leading up to Swiss stage last year, and, was coming back as a player. So we had her as a sub, and Chompy, has been around, is certainly a mechanically gifted player. And so we slotted them into the duelist role, and it just worked. It just looked really good. We played in a couple that alliance tourney that went really well for us. Just from a look standpoint, right? Not everything was fleshed out, but it looked better. It sounded better, I think, was the biggest thing. The comms were flowing, and that's something myself as a player needs to put a lot of work into, those comms and keeping everything flowing and just keep the ideas moving. But with this roster, everything just kind of fell into place. It was a tough loss last week, but with time, again, everything's gonna keep falling into place, and I think we'll be ready for next week as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope you guys are able to use this kind of as a launching platform, because I have to imagine it's really tough to just kind of go back, and they say losing is learning, but that's a lot of learning that you try to find all the things to plug in. And now all of a sudden you feel all right, these things are working. They're starting to find those perks. So congratulations on the win. Hoping the best for you guys next week.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good luck.
All right, that's Cloudsy. I like that insight. And it's always really interesting when we deal with teams that are kind of sitting in the lower end of the spectrum, because A, like we mentioned, we don't see them all that often, but B, it's often teams that are also struggling to kind of build and find an identity. So really awesome to kind of hear the behind the scenes there from Cloudsy.
Yeah, it's really nice just getting to that opportunity to pick their brains a little bit and see where their minds are at. And I just really love being able to learn more about these players and these faces that we're starting to get to know, and talents that are developing right now in Game Changers.
Indeed. Well, that'll take us to the end of our broadcast here for the 4th round of Swiss stage. 1 team qualified, Shopify Rebellion Gold. 1 team eliminated, Hyperspeed Golden. Is there something in the gold color? Hard to say. But to come back next week and find out more, as we will have, of course, Game Changer Swiss echoing on through the month of May before we get to the main event. So make sure you keep all of your attention right here for everything VCT Game Changers. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.